Chapter 2354. Generally speaking, there would be many interlocking questions, but the complicated relationship between the two parties couldn't be solved by simple questions and simple answers. Miss Maid already knew the whole story. As long as she knew the answer, it would be enough. Why didn't he resist? Ask he if he regretted it? And so on. What a joke! She was a maid of the shop. Why did she have to carry the anger of the past until now? She was also not the type who would make things difficult for herself and make things difficult for herself after being betrayed or abandoned. As for forgiveness, there was no such thing as forgiveness, since she became the soul of the shop. Even if she looked at the kingdom of heaven, she would look at other customers. But she knew that as long as she showed a little sadness, her master would overturn the decision he had made for her. "You can," Boss Luo said softly. Miss Maid shook her head gently. She walked past Luocio and stopped in front of he. Her calm blue eyes looked into his deep eyes. "You can," he said indifferently. "It's not that I didn't consider your idea. I was also prepared to accept it." Miss Maid suddenly smiled. "Elohim? Adonai? Or Iller? How should I call you?" He shook his head. "They are all me. It doesn't matter what you call them. It's just a name. Since you don't call me father anymore, then I know what you have chosen." "Elohim, then," Miss Maid said indifferently. "It's not what I have chosen, but what I will do now. I don't want to change the current model of the kingdom of heaven." He was surprised but not surprised. He just sighed softly. Miss Maid said indifferently, "There's nothing wrong with leaving the kingdom of heaven to provide high-quality souls for my master. On the contrary, if I shut it down, I need to waste time to build a mature system." He said, "They used to believe in you like that." Miss Maid said, "They also believe in you more than that." He was silent for a while and whispered, "You have to enter the narrow door, because to lead to death the door is wide, the road is wide and many people enter. To lead to immortality the door is narrow, and the road is small, the fewer people who find it." "I'm standing in the door of eternal life," Miss Maid suddenly said. "You already have a better home." He smiled. "As for me, I'll still search in the void. I've stopped for too long, and I've almost forgotten what the primordial one's voice sounded like." When he said these words, his body seemed to have dimmed a little. Something was slowly being expelled from his body. This made him very weak in an instant. He became weak, but his spirit became stronger. After realizing the meaning of his action, Miss Maid couldn't help but frown. "Elohim, what are you?" He smiled indifferently and said, "No matter what you choose, I have already made my choice. I couldn't reject the owner of the shop, just like how I couldn't reject the previous owner's request. There's only 1.5 positions here, and I've already given the other half to John." 2 balls of milky white light slowly floated from his hands to Boss Luo's hands. He said calmly, "I think you won't refuse. It's better to be pure. Please let the kingdom of heaven be pure." Boss Luo shook his head and said, "It's the same. There will be a time limit." He recited softly, "Love is enduring. Love is also never-ending. Love has no time limit. As long as there's one person who believes, the light of the Holy Spirit will not be extinguished. I think you won't want to see it extinguish." He said that you might be a guy who likes to be bright. Boss Luo pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay." He seemed to be relieved for a moment. He smiled and said, "You're more generous than the previous owner. We're after different things." Boss Luo didn't say yes or no. He immediately said, "But one Holy Spirit is enough. What about the other half?" He didn't care, as if what he gave was no longer important. Instead, he asked with some expectation, "If it's you, how do you plan to deal with it? Maybe, in your heart, you already have a candidate." "That will also be the candidate in your heart," Boss Luo said softly. "Is there anything else you want to say?" "I'm not leaving." He shook his head. His voice seemed to be spreading in all of his legends. He murmured, "I'm about to go on a long journey. There was no return date. His figure gradually faded and returned to where he was originally. The surroundings became peaceful because of this. After a long time, Boss Luo held up 1.5 positions in his hand and said faintly, "He has become pure." Pure. In the beginning, the one who wandered in the void and wanted to find primordial, and didn't stop him. Yes, Miss Maid responded softly. He completed the separation in front of her and her master. It was like throwing away a pair of worn-out clothes or a pair of worn-out shoes without any hesitation. It seemed easy, but what it gave up was enough power to dominate the void and countless legends. Boss Luo took off his mask at this time. Before it could appear, it had already been removed. Boss Luo said with a little pity, "It seems that I can't be a bad guy this time." With that said, Boss Luo slowly threw out the other half of the position in his hand, except for Holy Spirit. This was half of the Holy Sun position. After throwing out half of the Holy Sun position, it disappeared in the air in an instant. At this time, Boss Luo stretched out his hand to Miss Maid and said softly, "Come, before we plant it, let's take a few more looks." The Holy Spirit position in his hand was pure and flawless. Chaos, fragmentation, the information was like an ocean, so dense that it was difficult to pass through. This was the inside of the Destiny system, which was full of holes. Because Destiny was dead, the whole system was disordered at this time. The small church was now floating in this chaotic ocean, floating and sinking. The church began to be annihilated little by little. It only had a small piece of land left. Even the top of the church had disappeared. In the small church, there was a statue with 36 wings. Each of the 36 wings was filled with eyes. At this moment, an 11 or 12-year-old child was being tied up. The withered thorns completely entangled the child's body. It lowered its head, but its face was peaceful. "Hey!" A childish voice rang in its ears. It was touched and slowly raised its head, only to see a pair of very young hands climbing up from the edge of the church that was less than half destroyed. It was too strenuous for a half-year-old baby. God knew how it climbed up little Medanzo. "Why are you here?" Metatron opened its mouth in surprise. "Didn't you find Ligel? If I didn't come, the Holy Light Kingdom wouldn't be saved." Medanzo finally gritted its teeth and successfully climbed up the floor. Then it staggered to the statue covered with thorns. "Don't talk nonsense. I'll save you. You won't regret it." Metatron, eyes flashed with a strange color. "I know you already have an independent. You're King Talkative." Medanzo looked very fierce and said in a childish voice, "Don't talk. Listen to me. Now that Destiny is dead and the system is completely paralyzed, let me make you the new core of the system. After that, you can control the system at will, and all the hundreds of millions of high-quality believers in the Holy Light Kingdom can enjoy it will. Isn't that nice?" Metatro's fair and tender hand grabbed the thorns and pulled with all his might, but it had no strength. After pulling for a long time, the thorns didn't budge at all. Metatron looked at Medanzo in a daze and asked curiously, "What have you been through recently?" "You're so annoying," Medanzo roared impatiently. "Is it fun to chat with yourself? Anyway, in the end, I'll return to you and you'll know everything. I'm afraid that the information will explode and make you orgasm. As I said, you really shouldn't have come." Metatron sighed at this moment. Stupid other me. This is obviously a trap. The thorns wrapped around the statue waved in an instant, and little Medanzo was entangled by the thorns. Behind the statue, a guy in a grayish-black robe with a hood covering half of his face walked out slowly. The stealer of super level. "It's you, Dash!" Medanzo exclaimed. Although she was bound, she still yelled at Metatron subconsciously, "Why didn't you King tell me earlier?" "Didn't I send you the danger message?" Medanzo said indignantly. "How would I know that you're so useless that you were caught by this guy? You're so annoying. How can you talk like that?" The stealer sighed slowly. I've taken a huge risk to wait here. Jean D. Arc, it's super scary. Medanzo rolled her eyes and said in exasperation, You know that she's scary, but you still want to be a demon. You're such a brainless guy with big boobs. Did she make you stupid? No. How did you get out of the cloister? Since it can be drawn, it can be erased. The Stealer chuckled and walked over slowly. It's really difficult. Both Metatrons are so cute. I want both of them. UF asterisk king saint bitch. Little Medanzo cursed. Yes, you're indeed a saint bitch. Metatron nodded in agreement. A thorns appeared in the Stealer's hand, and she said with a smile, Disobedient children need to be punished. I don't like you anymore. In an instant, the vines seemed to have turned into terrifying venomous snakes as they lashed out at Metatro. She took one hit directly, and her face turned pale as if her body was almost shattered. She couldn't take such a hit a second time. The false believer Nan Xiaonan's faith was too weak. What are you trying to do? Medanzo frowned. The Stealer cupped little Medanzo's face and said softly while smoothing her brows, You're so cute. I can't bear to part with you. An irresistible force was slowly twisting Medanzo's neck. Seeing that her fragile neck was about to break, Medanzo was about to cry. Wait, if I kneel down and call for my mother now, do you think I still have a chance? Embarrassing. Metatron couldn't help but sigh in disdain. It's too late. The Stealer chuckled. The one who's tied up has already called for it. Medanzo opened her mouth. Even though her neck was being twisted, her eyes were still fixed on Metatron. I want to strangle myself. What a crying child. The Stealer's voice suddenly turned cold, and then she exerted force with both hands. This should have twisted Medanzo's head off, but at this moment, a bright light shone in the church that was about to break. At the same time, an arc of holy light struck the Stealer. Boom! The small church that was already in ruins was instantly split into two halves. The Stealer wasn't hurt, but her robe was torn apart. You're so annoying. I told you that I only have one robe. You're a bad child too, Mir. In the remaining church, a young man in white held little Medanzo in one hand with a solemn expression. Little Medanzo blinked her eyes. Oh, the Archangel looked at the woman in front of her expressionlessly. It's really you, Maria, the Stealer. She, who had revealed her true appearance, was as gentle as water. She put her palms together in front of her towering breasts and said in a low voice, Me, good child, come into my arms. The Archangel waved her hand, and the holy light in her hand gathered into a sword. Her 6 blazing wings spread out slowly. She blinked and tilted her head, asking, When did you realize it? The Archangel said indifferently, I had an unforgettable experience. It made me feel helpless, and I almost disappeared. But it was during this period of time that I figured out something. Oh! She was even more curious. The Archangel said, Previously my origin was suddenly damaged, and I had no choice but to seek your treatment. But the result of the treatment was that although I regained my mobility, my origin was damaged even more. Maria, it was you who secretly stole my origin when you were treating me, right? Didn't you say that you were injured by a Taoist named Luya when you were attacking the immortal realm? She said with a chuckle. At first, I did think so. The Archangel shook her head. But later on, I overturned this guess, because someone appeared before me. Not only could he damage my origin, he could even easily make me forget about him. I almost thought that he was trying to set some rules for me behind my back. And then her smile deepened. Later, I overthrew this thought again. The Archangel said calmly, Since he can make me be forgotten, he naturally disdains such a method of hurting people in the dark. Maria, I can only think of you. During this period of time, the only one who has come into contact with me, the only one who has a reasonable reason to attack me during treatment. In fact, The only one who has a reasonable reason to not appear even in the saints' resurrection ritual should be the imprisoned Virgin Mary. End of chapter. Chapter 2355. Well, can you put me down first? Listening to the Archangel reveal Maria's story was very interesting. Unfortunately, this posture was too sullen. It was not in line with her character. Little Medanzo suggested, "There are thorns all over here. If I put you down, you will die." The Archangel said indifferently, "Children should not crawl on the ground and be covered with wounds." "You King," the Archangel shook her head and signaled Medanzo to stop talking. In the broken church, the woman called Maria looked calm. Her face was full of love, and her eyes were full of compassion. Her body was seductive, but her face was not blasphemous. She was always a child in the eyes of the believers, the mother of the Son of God. Maria, Lily, I can understand her, because that is the tragedy born from my obsession. The Archangel sighed slowly. But why are you also? Is it because of the imprisonment in the monastery? Because I am bored. She chuckled and said, "Listen, listen, listen. Repeat every day. Repeat, repeat, repeat. As for me, I also want to play happily in the world of flowers. You are the saint of the middle protection," the Archangel said in a deep voice. Maria narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, It seems that you have been trained very well. This makes people jealous. I originally wanted to train you well." The Archangel said indifferently, "Maria, go back to the monastery with me." Maria sighed and said faintly, "If I go back with you, can my child come back?" "You have the title of the Holy Mother. You gave it to me, but it doesn't mean that I have to bear its weight." Maria said indifferently, even can let go of the kingdom of heaven. What reason do I have? I will take you back." The Archangel was indifferent, but firm. "Then you have to work hard." Maria smiled and said, "I took 30% of your origin, and you just received 1,000,000 divine gifts. How much power do you have left now?" The Archangel shook her head. "The kingdom of heaven is not mine alone. Maria, even if I can't defeat you, I still have Raquel, Raphael, Gabriel, and Moses and John. Me too." Little Medanzo raised her arm. "I used to be very good at fighting too. I'm dying. Since you've given me 1,000,000 God's blessings, can you give me one too?" The Archangel only did 2 actions. First, he threw little Medanzo onto the thorny ground. Secondly, he swung the cross sword of holy light at the Holy Mother. In heavenly state, there were 2 ways to reason. Using one's mouth to reason could be said until the end of time, but when one's mouth could not be said, one could also use one's fists to reason. The fist was the truth, and the void was the truth. Holy light, the Archangel chanted the gospel. "Aria," Maria murmured softly. There was no cool name for the move. Everything was very simple. The holy light was all that the Archangel had, and the aria was all that Maria had. The small, broken church could not withstand the expansion of the holy light and the power of the aria, and exploded completely. In the explosion of power, little Medanzo was thrown out instantly. Old me's situation doesn't look good. How much power of the aria has this Holy Mother accumulated? Although she did not have the ability to participate in the battle, Medanzo was still knowledgeable. Almost instantly, she saw the subtle changes in strength between the 2 sides. At this moment, Medanzo's eyes lit up. It turned out that not only was she thrown out, but Metatron was also thrown out. Moreover, the thorny branches on Metatron were broken. Medanzo felt that the heavens were helping her. Her little body, which was floating in the sea of information, desperately swam in the direction of Metatron. While old me and the Holy Mother are fighting, it's a good time to absorb the system. Her little hand reached out to Metatron. Medanzo shouted with all her might, "Please, the other me!" But at this moment, 36 pairs of white wings suddenly appeared on Metatron's thin body. The wings turned grayish-white in an instant. Metatron, its left eye was chaotic, while its right eye was clear, but its right eye was rapidly being invaded by chaos at the same time. "My side is," Metatron said softly. "Please, the real me." The grayish-white wings flapped instantly, and a gust of wind blew little Medanzo out in an instant. At the same time, countless thorns poured down on Metatron from top to bottom. Medanzo and the others widened their eyes. At the end of the thorns was Maria's palm. "Metatron, after such a long time, your ultra level has finally decayed to the point where it can be absorbed." Maria's chuckling voice rang out. "I really have to thank Legel for secretly creating this shelter for you. But even if it's Legel, I'll still give you a harbor to live in, okay? Otherwise, everything I've done will be in vain." Bright red roses instantly bloomed on the thorny vines. At the same time, Metatron's body instantly dried up. In Maria's palm, a strange eye was slowly appearing. "It's you. You're the one who killed me. It's you." Medanzo instantly shuddered. Maria didn't respond. The power of the chant suddenly expanded to an unbelievable extent. The brilliance of the holy light was completely suppressed in an instant. The archangel fell from a high place, but he managed to catch the bottom and finally steadied himself beside Medanzo. But his face didn't look too good. He had lost 30% of his source of power and more than 1,000,000 gods' gifts to fight against the mutants of the Holy Light Kingdom. However, his opponent was Maria, who had a special position in the Kingdom of Heaven and whose level wasn't lower than his. "It's over." Medanzo looked dejected. "Didn't I say that the descending Holy Sun should just descend directly? Why did you have to say that it's sacred to be born from the mother's body and represent love and hope? Look at what happened now. Metatron, watch your words." The archangel suddenly yelled angrily, "F*** King Loyal." Medanzo couldn't help but mutter, but it was only a mutter. At the same time, the surroundings were covered by thorns that bloomed with red roses. It was like a huge thorny sphere, a cage. Maria, who had devoured Metatron's decayed ultra level, was standing at the top of this thorny cage. The brilliance all over her body became extremely demonic. 1. Maria lowered her head and looked at the eye on her left palm. Then, her gaze moved and landed on the archangel. "Me. You are my second target. Your ultra level of the Kingdom of Heaven will soon be mine." The archangel's gaze instantly contracted. He said in a deep voice, "Maria, this is your goal. You also want Trinity?" "I also want to go to Primordial." "Maria, aren't you afraid that you will explode?" Medanzo suddenly scolded angrily. "You are already useless." Maria raised her hand gently. Medanzo suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "Maria, I have a magical scripture here that I exchanged with Joy a few hundred void years ago when I drank tea with it. It said that it can adjust yin and yang, and the fusion will be more effective. Do you want to try it with me? It calls this dual cultivation. You are a strong woman, and I am a weak man. You have more benefits." The archangel looked at Medanzo in disbelief and couldn't help but sigh. Then his gaze returned to normal. He had already pretended that he didn't know this person. "Oh, you want to dual cultivation with me?" Maria showed a delicate smile. "You still like to harm people, Medanzo. Oh, Medanzo, let's not talk about whether a sexless angel like you can do this kind of thing. Even if you can, I don't intend to try it. It's too easy to self-destruct if you try to use the method of other divine systems to advance. It's better to be careful. As for the problem of being too full, it's not a problem. Holy Mother, hypostasis is tolerant." Medanzo glanced at Maria's bigger part. "Well, it's indeed more tolerant. Tolerance is great, right? Then, can you forgive me and let me live?" Little Metatro blinked his eyes. "That's right." Maria chuckled and said, "I let you witness the birth of the new Trinity." The archangel's expression changed slightly at this time. Maria put his hands together and began to chant. As the Holy Mother chanted, The thorny cage instantly turned into a sea of bright red roses. The petals fell and instantly buried more than half of the archangel's body. The power of the heavenly king was extremely weak at this time. He couldn't break free from the erosion of the sea of petals. The thorny branches even began to entangle his body. Metatron, I will find a way to send you away and tell Raphael everything that happened here. The archangel's voice sounded in Madanzo's ears. Calm. It was so calm that Madanzo felt scared. Old me, what do you want to do? The future of Heavenly King and you. The archangel's body instantly released a dazzling light. The faith of the Lord will not disappear. I am just a speck of dust in the faith. I am not great. You're crazy. You're King crazy. Metatron was stunned. This didn't seem to be the guy he knew. Although that guy was fanatical, he wasn't fanatical to the point of almost losing his mind. You want to destroy your own status. Maria exclaimed. At the same time, she seemed to be flustered and exasperated. You want to save everyone. Why do you want to save me too? The moment the holy light shone to the limit, it was like when a planet collapsed. Everything would be destroyed, crushed, and engulfed. The thorny cage and the sea of flowers were instantly destroyed. However, a gentle force covered Madanzo and threw her out. The collapse of the holy light was like a pair of big hands that tightly bound Maria's body, not allowing her to leave. Why, I can also become the new pillar of Heavenly King. The archangel, who had already turned into a shadow, almost melted in the holy light. She was thrown away as if she was being expelled. Her body was sinking into the deep sea. The holy light's brilliance was getting farther and farther away from her. Madanzo subconsciously reached out her small hand. She couldn't grab these. It's like this again. It was like this when Celian was here, and it is also like this now. I can grab everything, but I can't save anything. What secretary of Heavenly King? What Metatron? Her vision began to blur. She no longer had the cynical expression on her face. She was at a loss, as if she had sunk into the depths of the ocean, far away from the holy light. Madanzo. Who is calling me? Madanzo, wake up. Who? Madanzo, I believe in you. In the darkness, she opened her eyes slightly and saw a milky white light ball that was slowly falling. She subconsciously reached out her hand, but she couldn't stop her body from falling. It's so warm, but I can't reach it. There's no other way. Madanzo, don't give up. Who are you? Tell me, Madanzo. A pair of warm hands seemed to grab her hand. Madanzo opened her eyes again, and there was a bright figure floating in front of her. Celian! She murmured the name of the only person who had wholeheartedly given her faith. Madanzo, why aren't you King waking up? Light and shadow floated and became clear in an instant. Madanzo's consciousness shuddered, and Nan Xiaonan's face was reflected in her eyes. You are sincere. Just this once. Go. It's yours. Metatro's body was flung upwards, and the milky white ball of light came closer and closer in his line of sight. Closer and closer, closer and closer and closer. Grab. Mia, you can't stop me. An angry voice rang out from the collapsing holy light. The sound of chanting rang out in the midst of the destructive holy light. It was like a battle between two storms, and at the center of this destructive collision, everything suddenly calmed down, dispelling. All the chaos subsided at this moment. The sky was clear. At this moment, the little baby put his hands together. Something was brewing in the space between his hands. All the benevolence was here. The collapse of the holy light disappeared, and the archangel's body gradually solidified. He stared at the little baby in a daze, as if he had understood something. Father, are you really gone? At this moment, the Grand Lord of Heavenly Kingdom knelt down without hesitation. The red flowers withered, and Maria stared at the light of benevolence on the baby in a daze. Her hand suddenly dropped down weakly, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed out of her eyes. Messiah! The tiny light ball of hands slowly merged into the baby's body. He opened his golden eyes and murmured softly, I'm Medanzo, the Holy Son of Heavenly Kingdom. The arrival of the Holy Son was to save the world. The Holy Son was the Savior of the world. Chapter 23:56. The highest statuses in Kingdom of Heaven were Holy Father, Holy Son, and Holy Spirit. He was the supreme ruler of Kingdom of Heaven. In all the legends of Kingdom of Heaven, he was omniscient and omnipotent. He was omnipotent and omnipotent, but he couldn't achieve immortality. That was only in the legends in a narrow sense. Since the Holy Son's status was integrated into her body, little Medanzo had this understanding, but she didn't care much about these things. The Holy Son's status was a savior. When disaster struck, when people were in despair, the power of the Holy Son's status would become stronger. This was the light of hope that people hoped for in despair. It was redemption. Holy Father was love, Holy Son was redemption, and Holy Spirit was mercy, Maria. In the destroyed thorn cage, Medanzo's voice sounded slowly. Maria, who was absent-minded due to the appearance of the Holy Son's status, looked up blankly. Her shoulders trembled, not out of fear, but out of palpitation, including her own Holy Mother's status and Metatron's rotten status. She only had 2 statuses. Without the Holy Mother's status, she wouldn't be sublimated. The Savior status of the Holy Son was enough to beat her back to her original state. Are you going to judge me? She became calm instead. Medanzo blinked and smiled. Maria, are you hungry? And me, are you hungry? Archangel and Maria looked at each other subconsciously. They suddenly thought of a question that they were curious about. Was it good or bad for Kingdom of Heaven that Medanzo inherited the Holy Son's status? I'm hungry, Medanzo said faintly. Why fight? Sit down and drink tea and eat snacks. Metatron. Archangel was deep in thought. At this moment, the chaotic destiny system seemed to have been sorted out by something. The chaotic sea of information turned into a calm golden sea. Medanzo was like the sun at this time, slowly rising. It was still rising. There's only half of the saint's status. The other half is with Jun, but Medanzo muttered in the midst of her ascension, only half is given to me because they want me to complete it myself. According to my own wishes, sublimate. I am Medanzo, Heavenly States, true saint. Freedom City, Mountainside Villa District. In the mountain road and the forest on the hillside, a large number of mutated creatures were like wild beasts. Isha's sniping from high up in the sky could not suppress them at all. She could only barely clear some of them. At the foot of the mountain, the entire mountain was filled with mutants. Asakes hang in there. Since the birth of the mutation, Asakes almost did not have a moment of rest. Isha was already beginning to worry about whether Asash's body could hold on. Although she did not understand why the vampire power obtained from Book of Gaia could be used in the Freedom City as a former high-ranking member of the God-blessed church, she was very clear about the existence of vampires. Asakes had not eaten for a long time. He did not immediately return to the Freedom City after leaving the God-blessed church. Instead, he experienced the world of cold winter. This guy was probably starving. At this moment, a figure instantly jumped down from the mountain road and rushed down to the foot of the mountain. It was Asakes. This guy, what is he trying to do? Isha anxiously pressed the communicator beside her ear. Kea Lily, call him back. Didn't I say that the anti-forgery line cannot go past the middle section of the road? Boss Asakes said that he saw people at the foot of the mountain. He should be able to. What a reckless guy! Isha gritted her teeth and said, his fangs can't be retracted. At this moment, the helicopter suddenly flipped over. In the cockpit, Isha pointed her gun at the pilot and ordered him to descend the helicopter. A torrent rushed up to the sky and appeared in a gas station at the foot of the mountain. The terrible explosion almost shook the mountain, and the strong airflow affected the balance of the helicopter. A large number of mutated people were blown into pieces by this explosion. Isha ignored the pilot's advice and forced herself to land on this slaughterhouse-like explosion site. Flames, blood, mist, suffocation. Thick smoke billowed. Arthashis is here. This explosion was caused by him. Isha hurriedly searched for that stubborn figure in the raging flames. Asakes! She had already seen him. His figure was floating amidst the thick smoke and raging flames. Putting down the sniper rifle in her hand, Isha quickly ran to the swaying figure in the fire. But at this moment, a smaller figure ran out from the swaying figure and rushed towards Isha. "Take good care of this child, Isha." Isha abruptly stopped as she felt a small figure pouncing towards her. It was a child with a face full of fear and tears. She subconsciously caught the child, and only then did she clearly see the figure not far away in the firelight. His black hair had already turned gray. His pupils had been occupied by blood, his fangs sharp fangs, accompanied by the trembling of his lips, as if he was going to kill something in the next second. Asakes slowly raised his wrist and bit it directly into his wrist. His arm was full of bloody bite marks. "Asakes, I won't go back." Asakes finally gave Isha a smile. "Please help me tell Kate Air Lily that I'm not a good boss. Goodbye." His demonic bat wings spread open at this moment. The blood vessels on his pale face throbbed madly. He gritted his teeth and instantly charged into the sky, charging in the direction where the large number of mutants had gathered and were swarming over. Isha stared blankly at the figure that had already gone far away. She suddenly fell down on the ground. The child in her arms hugged her tightly, fearfully and cautiously asked, "Big sister, that uncle, will he come back?" Isha's body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, showing an ugly smile, and slightly combed the child's messy hair. "Do you know how to pray?" "Well, I finished reciting saints' quotations." The child hesitated. "But I can't open my system. No quotations." Isha shook her head. "We don't need the system. We just need to pray for him." The child seemed to have a hard time understanding this kind of behavior. In the Free City, in the Holy Light Kingdom, praying was for the saints. All praises and offerings were for the saints. There was no need to pray for others, because there was no sadness in the Holy Light Kingdom. Except for this time, praying for others is also a kind of virtue. Isha muttered, "Why, can't I?" She slowly closed her eyes. Seeing this, the child copied Isha. "Big sister, what are the words of prayer?" Isha softly said, "I pray for you to be safe." At this moment, a ray of holy light descended from the sky, directly shining on Isha's body. Her heart couldn't help but tremble, and she subconsciously raised her head. In the sky, a blazing angel slowly descended. "I am Legel, the master of the palace of the second heaven." The blazing angel softly said, "Are you willing to accept my God's gift, brave one?" Ah, her blood seemed to be boiling, burning her body, burning her limbs, burning her eyes, burning her nose, burning her throat, burning her brain. The mutated were like beasts, and he was also like a beast. Dozens, hundreds, who knew how many mutated corpses fell at his feet. He was like a merciless killing machine. His body was already covered with terrifying injuries. What would I look like in the end? It was said that when a vampire was completely lost, they would become a blood-sucking monster without any scruples, and would lose their rationality. That seemed to be the case. As the Rose Earl, he had naturally seen more than one vampire who was completely lost due to hunger. Asakes couldn't help but ask himself with his weak rationality, if he knew that this would be the outcome when he returned to the Free City, would he still want to come back? Wouldn't it be better to be the Rose Earl in the blessed city? So tired, living in the world of cold winter wasn't bad either. After all, it was a world of magic, and there were evil witches. One more vampire shouldn't be a problem. So painful, so painful, so painful. Was it also this painful when the saints were burned at the stake? Already can't kill anymore. Then, Asaix suddenly stopped. Outside, the hundreds of corpses, even more ferocious mutated creatures, rushed over like a huge wave. Just like that, he slowly let his hands hang down with the weakest will. He let such a huge wave completely drown him. Descendant of the saint family, I want to give my last glory to you, ancestor. This time, I didn't embarrass myself. He slowly closed his eyes. They were confused and drowned like a tide. They didn't care whether he was a vampire or not. They only wanted blood and flesh, and something on this vampire that attracted their bloodthirsty desire. Bite, bite. Next, they would divide the food. Something suddenly illuminated the crazed, mutated's body. The extreme radiance actually made the shadow of the mutated's figure even more profound. The mutated creatures seemed to be alarmed by something. They were afraid. The moment the brilliance reached its peak, the mutated creatures' bodies disappeared like air. Disperse. In the sky, a ball of light slowly descended. When the ball of light came, a girl holding a sword slowly walked over. She walked to Asash's side. Beside the girl, there was a little guy flying like a fairy. The girl lowered her head to look at Asaix, only to see a faint smile on his face. However, his chest had been dug open, revealing a bright red heart that didn't beat. Sermir, the girl muttered at this time. I feel so uncomfortable. The girl slowly knelt beside Asaix, holding Asash's palm with both hands. The heart that had stopped beating suddenly beat. Asaix slowly opened his eyes. In the light, the girl's face was reflected in his sight. You are... Miss. Jahan, I'm sorry I can't save you. The girl whispered, Do you have anything to say? Finally, Arthashiz's lips moved slightly, and his vision blurred once again. His heart, which had only beat once, stopped beating once more. I really seem to have seen the saint. Mr. Asaix. His eyes were no longer focused. They fell down weakly. The girl sat beside him absent-mindedly, until Asash's body suddenly ignited with a black flame. His body burned little by little, and finally turned into ashes. The fire made the air rise, and the ashes were blown away by the wind. Saint, where is the saint? The girl muttered to herself. After seeing all this, her innate sense of mission made her feel as if her heart was bitten by a snake. She heard many calls, calling for the saint, many prayers, praying for the saint, many pleading for the saint. There was no saint. There is no saint. The girl slowly stood up. Sir me, since there is no saint, then let me be the saint, even if it's just a fake. The little fairy flew in front of the girl, turned into a light, enlarged, and turned into a light shadow. In the light shadow, there seemed to be a young man in white. The girl looked at the light shadow absent-mindedly. It held something in its hands, and its lips moved slightly, as if it was saying something silently. The girl subconsciously reached out her hand. The moment they touched, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, shining on the entire holy mountain of the free city. The light of hope. That is, Isha had just felt the fluctuation of divine power coming from her body, and before she was familiar with it, she was attracted by the light of hope. Beside her, the blazing angel, who claimed to be the master of the palace of the second heaven, looked at the pillar of light thoughtfully and muttered to himself. The birth of a new saint at this time? What a familiar feeling. A new saint. Isha subconsciously looked up. Ligel whispered, Saints are born in disasters. In other words, it is easiest for a new saint to be born in a disaster. Who knows? No matter what it is, at least it brings the light of hope. Lord Ligel. Ligel waved his hand. I still want to continue the divine bestowment. You are my first divine warrior. From now on, you're no longer a believer of the Holy Light Kingdom. You are my divine warrior, and I will give you the title of the first divine warrior. Go! Saving the world is never a matter of one or two people. It should be a matter of a group of people with hope in their hearts. Isha's expression turned serious, and she respectfully said, Yes, Your Majesty. The new saint was rising, and the light of hope was constantly spreading, slowly dispersing the dark clouds above the free city. It had just been born everywhere, and it was not strong. It still needed more support, but everything had already taken shape. On the ground, the young man in white, who had returned to the form of a little fairy, was powerlessly lying on the ground. But a hand picked it up from the ground. The little fairy was astonished and looked at the person who had picked it up with a trace of horror. It was the person that it had seen many times, Boss Luo. Hello, Your Excellency Mir. The little fairy opened its mouth and finally lowered its head dejectedly. Boss Luo smiled and said, I did something a little overboard to the Archangel. It was because of you that it was a little overboard, but it was not very overboard. The little fairy opened its mouth again, and then only a bitter smile was left. It was a fairy born from the memories and regrets of the saint statue in the Free City where Saint Mir was located. During the long wait, it bore the faith of the believers in the Free City and used itself as a container to silently brew a new hypostasis. Hope Hypostasis. Chapter 2357. Sand was swirling in the wind, and the dust was like stars. The black ashes were collected little by little, and finally fell into a pair of white palms. Miss Maid read his name softly. Arthashis, you've done well. She held it in her arms. The light of hope shone in the Free City. Miss Maid looked at the young girl Jean, who bore the expectations of all the believers in the light, and thought. Boss Luo quietly walked to her side with a listless elf in his hand. Jean d'Arc. Elf spoke for the first time. It turned out that it was not unable to speak. A new legend has been born. Miss Maid said indifferently, Congratulations, Sir Me. Elf opened her mouth and said faintly, It was originally prepared for you. Although I'm very grateful, I don't need this kind of thing any more. Miss Maid shook her head and said softly, My lord, please assist her well, and let the Free Cities have more faith. Elf was startled. She was but also not She was just a form of obsession, a spiritual body born from the combination of the believers in the Free City in the statue of the Saint of Freedom. The true Archangel is invisible to it, for it is what is severed by the Archangel. Boss Luo waved his hand, and Elf was sent to the light of hope. He looked at Miss Maid and said softly, Is this enough? Miss Maid tilted her head and said seriously, If one of the 7 capitals is missing, the quality of the believers in the Holy Light Kingdom will be much worse. The birth of a new saint also signifies the arrival of a new dividend of faith. Is very familiar with this operation, and with his help the new saint Hope should be able to completely take over the City of Freedom in the shortest time possible. She could always rationally find a very suitable reason, but this was obviously not what Boss Luo wanted to hear. He put his finger on Miss Maid's lips. This is the first time I see you speaking insincerely. Miss Maid gently leaned her head on Boss Luo's shoulder and said faintly, At that time, I didn't want to leave the Free Cities. Finally, Boss Luo gently stroked her long hair. You're honest now. The light of hope flickered. At the girl's side, a tiny sprite welcomed. The radiance continued to strengthen. The survivors hiding in the Free Cities felt the warmth brought by the light of hope and involuntarily walked out. On the streets, the mutants stopped moving under the illumination of the light of hope. Their bodies began to burn with murky white flames, as if they were being purified. The mutants who had stopped turned into ashes with a strange and peaceful look on their faces, as long as it was a place where the light of hope could shine. However, it wasn't enough to illuminate the entire Holy Light Kingdom. The 7 capitals were enormous, comparable to a complete world. The light of hope only illuminated the area around the Free Cities. For the time being, I can only do this much. In the light of hope, the girl Jahan murmured as she looked further away. From the moment she accepted the deification and the hope hypostasis, she was already inextricably linked to the Holy Light Kingdom. Saints were born with knowledge, and her knowledge was increasing at an unbelievable speed with every moment. Her perception could clearly sense that the Holy Light Kingdom at this time was soaked in black oil, the hypostasis of hope. A tender voice entered the girl Jahan's ears at this time. There was no one around her, and the voice came from the heavens and the earth. He actually came up with such a precious hypostasis. Old me is also quite hardworking. Who are you? Saint Medanzo. The voice sounded slowly. Lend me your light of hope temporarily. Before the girl Jahan could react, she felt that the light around her seemed to be sucked away by something at this time, and it was instantly cast toward the center of the Holy Light Kingdom. At the same time, an even larger and more dazzling light broke through the sky from the center. Its light could actually illuminate the free cities, even if it was tens of thousands of miles away. At this time, the 7 capitals were all illuminated by this huge light. This is... The girl Jahan's understanding was refreshed again. The light of salvation. Holy Father, Saint, and Holy Spirit were the highest 3 hypostases in the kingdom of heaven. Each of them had absolute authority in the kingdom of heaven. The saint not only ruled the Holy Light Kingdom, but also the rest of the kingdom of heaven. It had already broken away from the drive of pure faith, because it was the source of faith itself. Medanzo could have no believers, but it could also be the source of all believers' faith. I represent the kingdom of heaven. It could already use all the power of the kingdom of heaven, purify the world. A ripple appeared from the center of the Holy Light Kingdom and spread at an extremely fast speed. In the light of salvation, the holy aura on Medanzo became stronger and stronger like the sun. This, tomorrow, completely dispelled all the darkness in the Holy Light Kingdom. The Archangel and Maria were both pulled out of the destiny system by Medanzo. The Archangel looked at Medanzo, who was gradually disappearing in the tomorrow, with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but sigh slowly. Where did it go? Maria asked faintly. The Archangel didn't respond. He glanced at Maria and waved his hand, and a chain of holy light hit Maria's 4 limbs. Come back to the monastery with me. She didn't even resist. In the free cities, in a dilapidated courtyard hidden in a corner, more than a dozen half-grown children were surrounding the bed. The children knelt beside the sleeping nun, Celian, and prayed devoutly for her. Even when the mutants were at their most dangerous, they didn't leave. At this moment, a ray of light appeared in the room, illuminating the figures of these tired children. The children stared blankly at this ray of light, only to see a child that was even smaller than them, as if he had just been born, slowly appear in the light. Celian, I can save you now, a sigh sounded. The ray of light swayed in the room and then gradually faded away. The children woke up from their dreams. Suddenly, Kelly shouted in surprise, Sister Celian is awake! On the window, the pale nun lady propped herself up. Her long hair covered half of her face. She looked tired. Looking at the joyful faces in front of the window, she murmured, I think I slept for a long time. At the dome of the Holy Maiden ceremony in the free cities, the ray of light shook, and Medanzo slowly walked out of the ray of light. The Son of Salvation was very intelligent. At least, it liked things that were intelligent. Anyway, there were many things that could be done as a gesture. No one. However, at the dome, Medanzo looked around. Except for a screen with 3 columns of data, it didn't see the person that it expected to see. Are you looking for me? Medanzo's eyes moved slightly. It had heard this voice before. J.'s voice, Brother Xiaoya's voice, Z.'s voice, Zhu.'s voice, and Prince of Early Spring's voice. Metatro heaved a sigh of relief. I think it's about time for me to formally meet you. It slowly turned around, and its body shone brightly, But what it saw was not only Boss Luo, but also Miss Maid and Nan Xiaonan. The moment it saw Nan Xiaonan, the ray of light on Madanzo's body seemed to shake a little. "What do you mean by it's time for me to meet my boss?" Lady Nan said with a look of disdain. "Isn't it because you were a Hui before and were too embarrassed to meet people? Now that you have inherited the Son of God, you have some confidence?" The ray of light on Madanzo's body fluctuated again. It rolled its eyes at Nan Xiaonan. "Damn it, I was exposed. Nan Xiaonan, I will remember you." Boss Luo smiled and waved his hand to signal Nan Xiaonan to be quiet. He walked to Madanzo. "I was dealing with something just now, so I left temporarily. Sorry that I didn't show up immediately. I just arrived too." Madanzo smiled and rolled its eyes at Nan Xiaonan, but now it couldn't help but stare at her. They had a special communication posture. "Madanzo, rubbish newbie, tell me, what is your boss type? Why are you talking to him?" Nan Xiaonan rolled its eyes. "Is that my boss?" Madanzo was anxious. "You don't have to say it. At the end of the book, I have a backup of the things you were forced to learn by Gamma. Should I send an email to Joan of Arc another day?" Nan Xiaonan was also anxious. "You mother f*** her. Your Excellency Madanzo, you seem to have a good relationship with Lady Nan." Boss Luo suddenly said at this time. Madanzo coughed twice and immediately said seriously, "I came here this time. I think you should know my intention. The managers of the 7 capitals and Jun are still detained in the Book of Gaia. Madanzo, the managers of the 7 capitals and Jun have been sent back. They are now in the studio below." Miss Maid said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about this. The Kingdom of Holy Light is still in the contract period. We won't let anything happen to it." Madanzo couldn't help but sneer. "Won't let anything happen to it? What a nice way to put it. I finally understood the data on the screen. A disaster. The Kingdom of Holy Light lost more than 1/3 of its believers. This still counts as nothing happened?" "Senior," Nan Xiaonan quickly said at this time, "the mutants were not created by my boss. It was all done by Balaam." "What?" Madanzo's expression changed slightly. Nan Xiaonan said with a serious expression, "Balaam has been the president of the City of Dawn for a very long time. As the source of the holy water, how much holy water do you think he's secretly injected into the city?" Madanzo's expression was uncertain. Nan Xiaonan sighed and said, "Holy water can pollute a large area as long as it is put into the water source. The City of Dawn is the disaster area. Next is Canaan, which is close to the City of Dawn and the City of Blazing Sky. Through the water supply system, it slowly spread to all the 7 capitals. You're saying that all the believers in the Kingdom of Holy Light have been contaminated by the holy water. The contamination is real, but not all of them." Nan Xiaonan shook her head and said, "After the holy water was put in, it was diluted by a large amount. Some believers who are strong enough will only feel dizzy for a while, have a small cold, and don't feel anything at all. However, some who are not immune will be affected. It's only a matter of time before they mutate. This time, my boss just found out all the mutants together. Why don't you let these mutants live in the Kingdom of Holy Light? How many will mutate today, and how many will mutate tomorrow? Today, this city will be sealed, and tomorrow, that village will be sealed. Are you willing to do this?" Madanzo pondered and said, "Your boss is capable. I don't believe that he can't create an antidote that can get rid of the contamination of the holy water." Nan Xiaonan sneered and said, "How did Balaam come about? It's because of your outer God placement plan. Why did the Kingdom of Holy Light have this disaster? Isn't it because of the higher-ups of Heavenly State?" Madanzo said indifferently, "Don't forget why Heavenly State is constantly developing faith." Nan Xiaonan snorted and said, "You make it sound like Heavenly State couldn't afford the rent before the outer God placement plan. I was just a small shrimp in the void dimension in the past. It's not the first time I've seen the tyranny of Heavenly State. Your Expedition Angel Army clears every place they go. Have you considered the feelings of small shrimps like us? You're getting greedier and greedier, and you're blaming others for stealing from your home? Madanzo was not angry. She just sighed and said, "Sigh, I want to throw away my responsibilities." Nan Shaunan shrugged and said, "Don't worry. Before your old father left, he had already arranged everything for you." Madanzo couldn't help but frown. She subconsciously looked at Boss Luo. Boss Luo said, "Before he left, he revised the contents of the contract with us. From the next contract, the rental fee of Heavenly State will no longer be settled with the souls and willpower of believers." Madanzo's gaze was horrified. Even her body trembled a little. According to the new contract, Boss Luo slowly stretched out his palm. In his palm, a milky white ball of light slowly emerged. From now on, the settlement method of Heavenly State will be changed to drawing from the Holy Spirit position. How can this be? How can this be? Madanzo fell to the ground in a daze and stared blankly at the Holy Spirit position. He gave up his legend, gave up his path? Boss Luo held the Holy Spirit position with both hands and walked into the air. His hands slowly opened. The Holy Spirit was like a small stone that slowly fell to the ground. Boss Luo said softly, "Love will never stop. It doesn't need you to believe in it. It only needs you to live in this kingdom of holy light. All the laughter, all the joy, and all the happiness will nourish it. It will bear the fruit of love again and again. But remember, when there is no love in your heart, it will wither. The kingdom of holy light will also disappear. Can you do it?" The Holy Spirit fell to the ground. A wisp of gospel gently spread with the wind. It was the sound of his love rising. End of this chapter. Chapter 2358. A giant golden battleship was traveling in the dimension. Countless lights flashed past it. Time seemed to be automatically bouncing off its body. This wasn't just the void of the dimension. It was also the ocean of time. Suddenly, 3 streams of light landed on the deck of the golden battleship. Soon, they sank into the special dock. Princess Angelique was the first to walk out of Caroz's cockpit. Her body slowly descended under the weak gravity. After that, Renina and May, she also jumped down from their respective battle armors. Finally, Kaelot opened its hands and spat out a ball of light. The light sphere landed. Inside was Balaam's president and Lily, who was in a daze. "What is this place?" Lilith felt a terrible pressure every second. She felt that she was so fragile in this huge dock that she would shatter at the slightest touch. At this moment, Angelique said calmly, "Meshi, help Balaam settle down first. I still have a task for him to complete. As for this woman..." Her Royal Highness glanced coldly at Lilith, who was feeling uneasy. This gaze made Lily's heart tremble. She tried her best to put on a friendly smile. "Let her do odd jobs on the ship as a trainee," Angelique said calmly. "As you wish, Your Highness." Meshi nodded. Lily was a bit confused. Odd jobs, trainee like a servant? She was the saint of Heavenly Kingdom. However, there was no time for Lily to sigh. The serious ponytail girl had already signaled her to follow with her eyes. Angelide didn't linger in the dock. Instead, she used the ship's teleportation and appeared in a spacious grassland. Blue sky, grassland, and a lake in the distance. Under the shade of a tree that was dozens of meters tall, there was a huge tea table. This was still the interior of the spaceship. At the same time, it was also the main control center of the spaceship. Before Angelique and Lei Nina arrived, there was already a blonde girl with 2 ponytails under the shade of the tree. The girl made a mattress on the ground and curled up under the blanket. Beside her were dozens of flashing light bottles. "You are really carefree, Kaliana." The gloomy girl's cold voice made the girl under the blanket slowly turn her head. The blonde girl had a donut in her mouth. Blink! The donut instantly disappeared into the girl's mouth. She hammered her chest hard before hurriedly getting up and running to Princess Angelique. "Your Highness!" "I am not slacking off," Her Royal Highness smiled. She reached out her finger and wiped the sugar powder on the girl's lips. "Have you found the thing I asked you to find?" Kaliana's face was slightly red. "For the time being, I have found 3 suitable subworlds, but I am not sure yet. Sorry. Send the information to my terminal." Princess Angelique nodded. "I will look at it later. If there is anything, you can tell Lenina. I am a little tired. I will take a rest first." With that, Princess Angelique slowly walked into the tree. Her figure finally disappeared into the tree trunk. "What is Her Royal Highness doing?" The blonde girl with 2 ponytails showed a look of confusion. "Lenina is your mission this time. We saw him," Lenina said softly. Kaliana's face changed slightly. She subconsciously grabbed Lenina's arm. "Really? Did Her Royal Highness Angelique?" Lenina shook her head gently. "Her Royal Highness said that it is not the time yet." "Not the time yet?" Kaliana was stunned. "What do you mean by not the time yet?" Lenina thought for a moment and said, "Her Royal Highness said that he is very good now. There is no need to give him the memories of the past for the time being. But in that case we have more important things to do." Lenina shook her head. "We have waited for so long. It is not a big deal to wait a little longer. Besides, Gamma Sister has not really woken up yet." Kaliana pouted and said, "Gamma Sister is already a waste." "That is also Gamma Sister." Lenina chuckled. "I will tell her this when I have the chance." "How can it be?" "I hate it. Speaking of which, Kaliana, is your belly a little bigger? Why don't you add fat to your chest? If you continue like this, you will really have no competitiveness at all. Tisk, breasts are not the only core competitiveness. I will scratch you." The fight on the grass did not disturb the inside of the big tree. There was another world here. After Angelique casually washed up, she lay on a sofa. She had a broken crystal ball in her hand. The crystal ball was made up of pieces of irregular fragments, and there weren't many parts that were missing. A light screen suddenly lit up beside her. The person who appeared on the screen was Balam. "What's the matter?" Princess Angelique asked calmly. Balam was the guy who worked for her. Although she did not have a good impression of the so-called old rulers, as a commander, she would not isolate the people under her because of her personal preferences. "Your Royal Highness, when I was in the Book of Gaia, I used to," Balam said as he stretched out his hand. A golden page slowly floated out from his palm. Princess Angelique's eyes flickered slightly. "That person told me to give this page to someone. However, after the page entered my body, there was no movement. However, it appeared in my body again, so I thought, this is for me." Princess Angelique said calmly. She waved her hand, and the page in Balam's hand appeared before her. "You did well this time, Balam. I will give you a year. You can go as long as you want. However, you must remember the rules." Balam slowly lowered his head and said respectfully, "I know the rules. I will not destroy history. You may leave." Her Royal Highness waved her hand, and the light screen disappeared. She caressed the page in her hand, and the words on it slowly appeared. "So you still remember?" She murmured. The golden battleship was still sailing in the space-time current, quietly, in the void. Perhaps he was no longer here but him. He opened his eyes. Everything in front of him hadn't changed at all because of his sudden departure. The previous store manager was still sitting there half dead. "You have become purer, Elohim. It has been a long time since I heard you call me by that name." He smiled faintly. "I am very weak now. Perhaps an ordinary Voidazura can kill me. Can I still reach Primordial?" The previous store manager said casually, "Then can you hear the call of Primordial now again?" His eyes were hazy and gradually deepened. He murmured, I can hear it, as if it is right in front of me. The previous store manager laughed eerily. That proves that what you saw was an illusion, because you made yourself pure. You thought you had taken a big step forward. In fact, you are just starting over. That is all. He looked indifferently at the former store manager, who was on the verge of death, and said indifferently, I've already taken another step forward. What about you? When are you willing to set off? The end of my journey is different from yours, the previous store manager said slowly. I do not have an end. Holy Light Kingdom, Freedom City, the residence of the saint. The young girl, Jean, was sitting a little cautiously at the side. This was supposed to be the office of the Saint of Freedom, but at this moment, sitting in front of the desk was a baby who was hovering in the air with a pacifier in its mouth. The Holy Son of the Kingdom of Heaven, Madanzo. This was something that had happened 3 days ago. After the mutation disaster ended, the 7 capital cities of the Holy Light Kingdom were in the midst of rapid reconstruction. A large number of angels began to descend on the 2nd day after the mutation disaster ended, becoming the main force of this reconstruction. Old me, I want to get off work. This is not something a human can do, so I want to be a human. I don't want to be the Holy Son anymore. You're my successor. Metatro stood on the desk and roared, You're abusing children. In fact, the Holy Son, Madanzo, was not the only one in the study. The young girl, Jean, saw the white-clothed young man who claimed to be an archangel, the bespectacled young man who claimed to be the owner of the 2nd Day Palace, and the most beautiful seraph named Raphael. Raphael was also the guy who led the angel army to descend on the 2nd day after the mutation disaster ended. At this moment, the few seraphs in the study clearly did not care about Madanzo's roar. Instead, they were discussing something among themselves. The plan to place the outer gods in the Holy Light Kingdom has to be stopped. After this, the saints of the 7 capitals should have nothing to say, Raphael said indifferently. Raphael said indifferently, Ever since they entered the 7 capitals, these guys have not been on the battlefield for too long. They have become lazy and inactive. It will be a headache to deal with these guys. Raphael shook his head and said, Instead, some of the outer gods that have already been placed have already awakened and should be placed under supervision. As for those who have yet to awaken, we have to pay attention to them. It's not appropriate to expel them now. I'll leave this matter to you, Raphael, the archangel said indifferently. Raphael shrugged, looking as if he had known this would happen. Then what about Maria? What do you plan to do with her? For now, she will be temporarily locked up in the monastery. The archangel pondered and said, The change in the status of the kingdom of heaven this time is too intense. It's not appropriate to lose the status of the Holy Mother at this time. Too much turmoil will affect the faith of the subworlds. Now, there's no need to cultivate a large number of believers. Can the expedition plan be temporarily stopped? Raphael frowned and asked. The archangel said, The Holy Spirit needs to be supplied. Although there's no need to sacrifice believers, the Holy Spirit needs more irrigation. Otherwise, the Holy Spirit will also dry up. Raphael sighed. In the future, it's still unknown how the kingdom of heaven will go. Moreover, the one who bears the status of the Holy Son is even the few blazing angels looked at Madanzo, who was standing on the desk with her big pants cold. They shook their heads and sighed. So you guys are looking down on me? Madanzo pointed at herself. Do you want me to spit milk all over your faces? Teh. The young girl Jean still looked at the blazing angels with a helpless expression. The reason why she could sit here was because of the Hope's status. As the new saint of the Free City, she was at a loss. It was easy for her to wield a sword, but for her to govern, could she do it? The young girl Jean suddenly stood up. The blazing angels subconsciously looked at her. The young girl wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she could only say timidly that, I'll go and bring you some tea. With that, the young girl ran out of the saint's study as if she was escaping. She strolled in the unfamiliar residence of the saint. Everything here was more magnificent than Dongermy Village. The young girl Jean unknowingly walked into a room. It was said that this was the favorite room of the saint in the past. Here, one could see the scenery of the entire Free City. At this moment, a small shadow flew out from the young girl's shoulder. The little fairy danced around the young girl, jumping in joy. The young girl Jean seemed to be relieved at this moment. She gently teased the little fairy and smiled. That archangel really can't see you. He didn't seem to react for so long just now. The little fairy wandered in the air and didn't have any reaction to this. The young girl Jean chuckled, but her gaze was suddenly attracted by a shelf in the room. She remembered that when she came to this room yesterday, there wasn't this shelf. Who put it here? She subconsciously walked in front of the shelf. The shelf was placed on the balcony and covered with a white cloth. The young girl hesitated for a moment before suddenly lifting the white cloth. What appeared in front of her was an easel. On the easel, there was a sketch of a scenery. The young girl trembled slightly and subconsciously touched the painting. That was her hometown. This angle, it was drawn on the windmill. She murmured, and a figure seemed to appear in front of her. The figure that accompanied her on the adventure and fell into the river with her. From the moment it appeared, it was deeply imprinted in her heart. You have to be responsible. You promised my father, the young girl said softly. Today, she could look at this painting for the whole day. Rose Mansion. The courier had been waiting outside the mansion for some time. At this moment, a young girl hurriedly walked out. The young girl's movements were inconvenient because her feet were shackled. This was a new law that was introduced on the second day after the end of the mutation disaster. For those who might continue to mutate, there would be a certain degree of restriction. There's a package for you, Miss Kay or Lily. It's for me. Kay or Lily looked at the package in shock. After she signed for it, she quickly walked into the Rose Mansion. The sound of the shackles on her feet was very crisp, but she was not bothered by it. This was the result that Miss Isha had fought for. As a vampire, it was already very fortunate that she could continue to stay in the Rose Mansion in this way. She did not know that she was really an outer god. No one told her this. The little maid of the Rose Mansion was just a little maid of the Rose Mansion. In the end, Boss Asakes did not come back. Kay or Lily began to write in her diary these few days. She planned to record everything that happened every day. Perhaps it was because she was afraid of forgetting. Perhaps this way it feels like Boss Asakes is by my side. I will always be here waiting for you to come back. Kay or Lily opened the package. There was only a seed in the box, and there was nothing else. Kay or Lily picked up the seed in surprise. This looks like the seed of a rose. Who sent it? There was no signature, so naturally there was no way to know. Kay or Lily shook her head and casually planted the seed in the courtyard of the mansion. She watered and fertilized it. She was very good at taking care of the roses. Sister Kay or Lily. A clear voice came from outside the door. Kay or Lily hurriedly opened the door again. At this time, there were several children in front of the door. In addition, there was a girl in a black nun's robe. Sorry to disturb you again today, Celia said softly. I made biscuits. Kay or Lily smiled slightly. Come in. By the way, the Rose Mansion was no longer open as a hotel. It would replace Sister Celia's former courtyard that could no longer afford the rent. It would be a new orphanage. It would officially open soon. It was said that the saints had begun to reshape the destiny system. There would no longer be people who could not pray. Have you heard? That Mr. Wasco seems to have become the new principal of the City of Freedom Academy. They were chatting in the courtyard. Ah, I think I saw Mr. Asakes. He became so small, even smaller than my palm. It's true. Look. Kelly pointed at the corner of the courtyard and said quickly, Ah, it ran away. Lily trembled slightly and looked around. The courtyard was still the same courtyard. She revealed a faint smile. Kelly, don't be naughty. No, I really saw it, but it disappeared again. Lily just gently rubbed Kelly's head and stood up. The biscuits should be ready. I'll go get them. Yay. Happy laughter sounded. She walked out of the courtyard. When she left, a rose bloomed in the corner. Lily was stunned. That should be the seed that she had just planted. When a little elf was leisurely sunbathing on the roof of the Rose Mansion. In the room of the shop, Boss Luo gently held up the servant girl's palm. The smooth palm began to fade little by little, and finally turned into a puppet's palm. However, his palm was already filled with all kinds of cracks. He carefully touched these cracks and asked softly, "When did it start?" "When I was with Ms. Angelique on the other side, it was almost the limit," Miss Maid said softly. Boss Luo lowered his head and kissed the cracks on the palm. The cracks disappeared bit by bit. The doll's palm once again became delicate, soft, and elastic. It even had temperature. There was blood flowing, and there was a sense of touch. Through the ends of her nerves. It gently passed to the depths of her soul. Miss Maid's body trembled slightly as if she had gotten rid of all the shackles. How does it feel to have a body again? Luocho asked softly. Miss Maid's eyes lit up. In fact, the puppet's sense of touch is no different from the real body. After all, the master has always added various tactile functions to it. Is that all? Luocho chuckled. She blinked her eyes and then sat directly on his lap. She held Luocho's face with both hands and gave him a gentle kiss. After a long time, she narrowed her eyes and whispered in Luocho's ear, "Do you want to do it?" He looked into her azure eyes, as if he was about to get lost in her body. He said softly, "You are my heaven. Closed for a day. What the hell?" Lady Nan rubbed her chin and looked at the sign hanging in front of the shop. It couldn't be. When she went out in the morning, she didn't say it was closed. "I'll wear it. F*CK. I can't wear it. So painful." End of this chapter. Chapter 2359. Although there was no official explanation, the rose could be seen as the city flower of Freedom City. Lady Nan held a bouquet of roses and came to a spacious apartment building. She couldn't go through the door, but this kind of ordinary building was a piece of cake. Black windbreaker, black sunglasses. Anyway, it was all black. This was Yulia's home. She should live with her parents, but the house was in a mess. Obviously, it had experienced a devastating destruction and didn't have time to clean it up. The claw marks on the wall clearly showed what happened here. It seemed that Yulia's parents didn't escape the mutation disaster. As for whether Yulia's parents became mutants or died tragically in the hands of mutants, Lady Nan didn't intend to find out. This is the place where you lived. Nan looked around and then picked up a broken photo frame on the ground. The glass was broken, but the photo in the frame was still intact. She casually placed the photo frame and then walked into Yulia's room. The room wasn't messy and seemed to have survived the disaster. Nan hugged the white rose and sat on the chair that Yulia used to sit on. The first transaction ended in failure. This, which from the other world, didn't have high expectations of herself at the beginning, but she always thought that she had the ability. Otherwise, she would have died in the void of the dimension. Although her luck hadn't been very good, most of the time, she was more scared than hurt. She felt that she had the ability to make Yulia a holy maiden. But after a series of disasters, no one was paying attention to the selection for the holy maiden. How to choose? So many holy maiden candidates had been sacrificed in the end. They had appeared as destiny and became stepping stones to obtain super level. This was probably a nightmare for the believers of the free cities who still had memories of it. The live broadcast of Book of Gaia had already destroyed the glorious image of the saintess candidates in people's hearts. Nan subconsciously sighed. She didn't know if it was because she felt pity for Yulia or because she had broken the record of 0 failures. The shop had always delivered the goods first, then received the payment, and had never failed. But when it came to her, the first business was gone. Nan Xiaonan could foresee that Miss Maid was sharpening her knife. She was afraid that she would sacrifice the shame of her shop to God. "So why are we closing today?" "I really want to know, I really want to know, I really want to know." She shook her head. She had always adhered to the principle of living a peaceful life, so she decided not to think about it. Even if she thought about it, it would be useless if she couldn't solve it. She didn't want to think about it. She couldn't solve it. It was useless. She didn't want to think about it. Perhaps it would come sooner or later. "Let's go, my first guest." The white roses were placed on the delicate dressing table. When Nan Xiaonan left, she took an earring and put it on her left ear. It was the proof of the failure of the first transaction. When she was about to leave, Nan Xiaonan didn't expect that she would actually meet an unexpected person downstairs, the one who was stripped of her original name by the maid, Isha. They looked at each other in surprise and didn't say anything. Isha was no longer the same as before. As the first God-bestowed warrior of Legel, this part of divine power wasn't recovered after the disaster. At this time, Isha had become a follower of Legel. The divine power flowing in Isha's body had surpassed the limit of ordinary masters in the subworld. But it would take a long time for her to adapt to this divine power. As for how far the queen could develop the divine power, it would depend on her luck. "Do you want to have a drink?" Isha asked. Anyway, she couldn't enter the shop for the time being. The boss didn't give any orders, and there seemed to be nothing else to do. As for Madame Zhou, she had been missing these days. She thought that Go Fugui had forgotten about her. "I'm not interested in ordinary places," Nan Xiaonan blinked and said. "Is there a brothel or something like that in the Free City? Although I always thought that I was rather arbitrary." Isha couldn't help but look at this mysterious woman in surprise. She sighed and said, "I've really seen it. I just want to relax, that's all." Nan Xiaonan shrugged. "Then just find a place." It was impossible for a brothel to have a brothel. There weren't even brothels in the Free City. In the past, in order to secretly release some of their inflated desires, the rich would at most secretly hold some nude salons. Later, under the control of Lily, this fake saint, some dark entertainment activities were created, but they couldn't see the light of day. Generally speaking, the Free City was relatively clean. "How about this place? This is a paradise that I personally built." Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but open her eyes wide in a luxurious room that could be described as a pool of wine and a forest of meat. It was paved with pure white floors. In the pool, there were scantily clad beautiful girls and cute boys playing with each other. Each of them was so beautiful that they looked like characters from manga. When Isha arrived, the rest of the girls and boys surrounded her like pets. She smiled and looked at the surprised Nan Xiaonan. "Which one do you like?" "Just pick them. They're all very obedient." "What the F *CK? If this isn't a brothel, then what is?" In the end, Lady Nan picked 2 sassy girls, because she didn't know if she would be disliked by Miss Maid for being dirty after she played with the beautiful boys. Everyone knew that Miss Maid was very serious about cleanliness. How could she allow dirty guys to play in front of the boss? What if she missed the opportunity because of a moment of greed for pleasure? Although she felt that the chance was infinitely close to 0, what if it really happened? After a ridiculous scene, Isha and Lady Nan soaked in the hot spring water and were enjoying the spa service of the beautiful girls. Isha suddenly asked faintly, "Yulia won't come back, right?" Lady Nan felt that the friendship between them had greatly improved. She smiled and said, "Why, you feel that it's a pity that you didn't get her." Isha said, frankly, "That child really wants to be a holy maiden." Nan Xiaonan said casually, "Those who can participate in the ceremony, none of them are not sincere, right?" Isha shook her head and said uninterestedly, "Let's not talk about it. The matters of Free City will soon have nothing to do with me." Nan Xiaonan said in shock, It looks like the owner of the palace of the second day is planning to take you away. As one of the mainstays of the kingdom of heaven and the first God-bestowed warrior of Seraph Legel, Isha seemed to be able to come into contact with some of the more confidential matters. It was just unknown what kind of communication Legel had with Isha in the past few days. I heard that the lords of the palace of blazing heaven have thoughts of changing the structure of the 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom. Isha thought for a while and said, there may be a new management organization and I may take a position in it. This is a good thing. Congratulations. Isha said faintly, I have been deprived of my original name. I feel that there is no burden. Lady Nan was a clever person. At this time she said in a low voice, Isha, perhaps it was a coincidence that we met, but you invited me probably not to talk about this? Isha stared at Nan Xiaonan and said, Can you answer a question of mine? Nan Xiaonan seemed to know what she was going to ask. She said indifferently, regarding your question, perhaps you already have the answer in your heart. Even if you are not sure, for you who have become a God-bestowed warrior, you have more or less heard about it. Otherwise, you wouldn't invite me, right? So, Nan Xiaonan chuckled and said, Haven't you already known the answer? Who can deprive you of your original name? Sure enough. Okay, I have nothing to say. Isha bitterly smiled. She sighed and said in a low voice, If it's possible, please help me tell that person that I'm really sorry for bringing shame to the Saint family. But I also have to live for myself. Miss Nan didn't say no, but she didn't say yes either. She just finished the massage and ate some food. Before she left, she was a little ridiculous. Only then did she leave with a sigh. There was nothing to say. As a woman, she had to grow up. She couldn't go back after she had tried it once. She really couldn't go back. She looked at the beautiful girl who held her arm, sent her all the way down the stairs, and waved her hand to send her off. The beautiful girl seemed to be saying, Welcome to come again, I'll wait for you. I'm number 806. She returned to the door of the shop again. F***CK. She still couldn't get in. When Nan Xiaonan was considering whether she should go back to Isha again, or say that she could enjoy the night service in her crystal palace, she heard the door of the shop ring. The bell on the door rang. When Nan Xiaonan saw Boss Luo again, she didn't feel anything. The boss was still the same. She could never guess what he was thinking. Perhaps it was because her brain circuitry was not on the same channel as Boss Luo's. But Miss Maid seemed to be different. She seemed to be gentler and more natural, and she seemed to be in a good mood. But there was a fresh fragrance around. What was it? Was it the smell of shampoo? Nan Xiaonan, get ready. We're about to leave the Holy Light Kingdom. Miss Maid said with a smile. The smile was so natural that it felt like a different person. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but feel nervous. She asked hesitantly, Leave? So fast. Had the things here been solved? Things here? Miss Maid asked with a smile. Lady Nan, what do you think the master is going to solve this time? Nan Xiaonan's throat gurgled, and she laughed embarrassedly. She rolled her eyes and then patted her own head. Look at me. I forgot that we're here for a trip. Well, the trip is over. It's time to leave. Boss, where are we going next? It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Boss Luo sighed and took a sip of tea, like an old man without any desires. Don't worry, just get ready. Besides, there's something else that I want to tell Lady Nan. It's about your first business. What should come will come. Come on. Miss, which of the school of the other world who had indulged in her indulgence, was already mentally prepared. Miss Maid raised her hand at this time, and a thick account book appeared in her palm. She flipped through it slowly, and soon stopped on one of the pages. Although Nan Xiaonan was mentally prepared, she was still a little nervous at this time. Miss Maid looked at the account book and then looked at Nan Xiaonan. After a while, she chuckled. Congratulations, Lady Nan. You've completed the first transaction as a Black Soul Messenger. Your performance will be recorded for the first time. Keep up the good work and create more value for the shop, understand? It's completed? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but widen her eyes. How can it be completed? Hasn't my identity as Yulia been exposed? The live broadcast of Book of Gaia has been stopped since you started to experience Holy Land book page. Miss Maid said indifferently, because of some special reasons, the master selectively cut off the live broadcast, but later he even cut it off directly. Nan Xiaonan just nodded subconsciously. She could understand this. After all, the more she experienced in the page world, the more sensitive it was. There were too many secrets, especially this was about the primordial and the boss. In other words, I didn't mean to expose. Miss Maid said with a smile, yes, your identity hasn't been exposed. In addition, because you were active as Yulia, they did this. With that, Miss Maid threw a tablet to Nan Xiaonan. Displayed on the screen was a voting website for the Holy Maiden ceremony. Although the Holy Maiden ceremony didn't end and the winner wasn't announced, Yulia had obtained the highest number of votes on the internet. Below, there were many comments left under the name Yulia by the foolish netizens. Come on, Yulia, you must survive. In my heart, you are the most perfect Holy Maiden. That's more like you. You're so real. Such a Holy Maiden feels pretty good too. She looked at the comments in a daze. Boss Luo said softly. Then, although this Holy Maiden ceremony didn't end as the judge of this event, I unilaterally announce. Congratulations, Yulia. You're a qualified Holy Maiden. This is your crown, the crownless crown. The crown slowly descended into Nan Xiaonan's hands. She took it subconsciously. At the same time, something seemed to surge out from Nan Xiaonan's body. It was a thin figure appearing in the image of Yulia. A girl murmured softly, "Thank you," dissipated. The crown also dissipated in Nan Xiaonan's hands. She subconsciously looked at Boss Luo with a smile. In an instant, Z, J, Zhu seemed to overlap on Boss Luo's body. Miss Nan opened her mouth, only to feel her heart beating faster. CK she was flirted with. At this moment, Lady Nan, your commendation ceremony will be put on the agenda. CK, end of this chapter. Chapter 2360. The Kingdom of Heaven, Eden, his residence. The endless sea of flowers was filled with sweet fragrance everywhere. This was a peaceful space. As the last stop before leaving the Kingdom of Heaven, Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but look around curiously. She heard from her boss that she should come here to say goodbye before leaving. In Eden, there was a guard named Cleopatra. Nan Xiaonan only had one impression of this mysterious black soul emissary. This female black soul was dark-skinned and a very sexy dark-skinned one. Nan Xiaonan didn't directly confront Queen Angelique and the other two. She knew very little about the battle between Cleopatra and Meshi, so it was hard to judge the strength of both sides, but if she used her current self as a unit of measurement, 1 Cleopatra equals X asterisk Nan. She felt that she couldn't count her hands, fingers, and toes that had just been painted with green nail polish. At this time, a wave of petals rolled up in the sea of flowers. A sexy, dark-skinned big sister stretched herself and appeared in front of Boss Luo and the others. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. Isn't this the new master? Cleopatra instantly narrowed her eyes and smiled like a flower. New master, are you here to take me home? She was indeed an old employee. Nan Xiaonan looked at this dark-skinned big sister in shock. She could ignore Miss Maid in front of so many people. I respect you as a hero. Miss Maid looked calm and didn't care at all. She said indifferently, Cleopatra, I came to see you this time because the master said that before leaving, I should say hello to you based on the most basic courtesy. Courtesy. The dark-skinned big sister's smile seemed to be more obvious. She said with a smile, in my previous country, if it was the most important guest, we should treat them with the etiquette of a guest. This is also the most basic courtesy. Little Yu Yi, idle. Nan Xiaonan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated as if she had discovered a new continent. She looked at the black-skinned woman and almost prostrated herself on the ground. Finally, was it possible to see a reliable black soul envoy who could compete with Miss Maid? Medanzo, that brat, was obviously a fake onyx soul, unreliable. Cleopatra, this time I'm here to talk to you about the next guardian of the kingdom of heaven. Miss Maid said indifferently, I see that you seem to be enjoying life in Eden. How about this? I recommend to Master that you continue to be the guard of the kingdom of heaven. Of course, in view of your outstanding performance, I propose to increase your reward during your tenure by 5%. Little you, really. Cleopatra sighed slowly. Immediately, she looked as if she had been wronged. Her eyes were hazy and tears were glistening in her eyes. She sobbed and said, I was wrong. Don't bully me, okay? 3 tenures, performance unchanged. In addition, you need to sign in at the Holy Light Kingdom once a day. Miss Maid said indifferently, every day of absence will be deducted from the tenures. Cleopatra blinked and immediately walked slowly to Boss Luo. Her appearance instantly became extremely dignified. She bowed and said, Cleopatra, greetings to the new master. I'm really sorry that I can't return to your side to report because of work. May I ask, Master, do you have any orders? Cleopatra will serve you loyally. The Sea of Flowers was very quiet. Nan Xiaonan sighed. She only felt that Cleopatra was King not nice anymore. It was the second time that Luocho met Cleopatra. Even if it was the second time, he still felt that Cleopatra's beauty was stunning. Especially in terms of temperament, she was very good. She was a very mature woman with a story. He had not been in contact with many Black Soul envoys in the original shop, but this did not mean that the Black Soul envoys in the original shop would not be loyal to him. There was nothing to worry about. You can refuse. Boss Luo smiled slightly at this time. Cleopatra opened her mouth in surprise. Boss Luo added casually, regarding Yu Ye's proposal, you can refuse. After this term, you can resume your previous work mode. Of course, if you choose to take a vacation, you can also do so. Cleopatra suddenly could not figure out the way of this new master. Besides, new master? She even never thought that the shop manager would change. What kind of reason could make the shop manager voluntarily give up the control of the shop? Could that authority really be given up? However, the fact was already in front of her eyes. Cleopatra thought for a while and said, in this case, I think there is nothing wrong with continuing to stay in Eden. The intensity of this job is not high, and the rewards are sufficient. As for taking a vacation, I have no such plans for the time being. I understand. Boss Luo smiled slightly. After all, I have broken your original inherent habits and structure. Adaptation should be a long process. Cleopatra was slightly surprised. She nodded, thought for a while, and said, please give me some time. Of course. Boss Luo said softly, regarding the issue of you staying in the kingdom of heaven, I will mention it first. After all, there is still some time left before this deadline. Of course, if you decide to leave in the end, I already have a candidate to replace you. For some reason, Nan Xiaonan felt that when Boss Luo said this, he seemed to be looking at her. Let her replace Cleopatra and become the next guard of the kingdom of heaven? Cleopatra frowned, shook her head, and said, although I have no objections to your judgment, new master, however, isn't this person a little too weak? Lady Nan has a good relationship with the new saint, Medanzo of the kingdom of heaven. Boss Luo smiled casually and said, in terms of work, there should be a lot of conveniences. Cleopatra smiled and looked at Nan Xiaonan, thought for a while, and said, it seems that after entering the kingdom of heaven, the new master has made arrangements for everything. Boss Luo said casually, I hope that while I am observing you, you can also consider me Lady Cleopatra. He seems to be a very easygoing master. Cleopatra thought to herself, but she nodded without batting an eyelid. Then I will look forward to the moment when you can truly make me devote myself to you. Actually, I am still very pure. Miss Maid still maintained her elegant smile at this time. However, the air seemed to have solidified, and there were layers and layers of evil spirits behind her. Miss Maid smiled and said, "Cleopatra, have you opened it today? It's going to be too late. I will go now." The sea of flowers regained its calmness, but soon it wasn't calm anymore. A stream of light shone and landed, rushing straight at Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but shiver, and she subconsciously opened her hand a little, then caught the stream of light and skillfully hugged something. Damn you! But when she saw that the thing she instinctively hugged was the new saint of the kingdom of heaven, Nan Xiaonan instantly threw it out with a face full of disdain. The saint in the baby body spun in the air and directly turned towards Miss Maid. Miss Maid flicked her finger, and Madanzo directly smashed into the sea of flowers. "You guys, shouldn't you be more protective of a baby?" Madanzo at this time held her forehead and said in pain, "You rascal, what are you doing here?" Nan Xiaonan picked up Madanzo from the ground. "You are already the new saint. Why do you still look like this?" Madanzo glared at Nan Xiaonan in annoyance. "I already looked like this when I fused with the saint status, and it was fixed. I can only do some post-processing, but I didn't have time to do so. Didn't I see that there are movements in Eden, so I came to take a look? Also, why can't I come here? After I inherited the saint status, the house in Eden is written in my name, okay? Are you guys leaving?" Nan Xiaonan didn't dare to answer this question carelessly, so she could only look at Boss Luo inquiringly. Luocho pondered for a while, then suddenly looked at Madanzo and said, "Madanzo, the 11th of beginning." Madanzo scratched its head, thought for a while, and said, "I knew you guys would ask me this question sooner or later. This is for you." With that said, Madanzo waved its hand, and a black ball of light appeared on its forehead. The ball of light slowly floated to Boss Luo's palm. Luocho looked at the ball of light in his palm and was silent for a while before saying, "This is the 11th life spirit of beginning." Madanzo shrugged and said, "I picked this up in another subworld in the past. When I picked it up, it was already like this. There's still some memories of the shop left in it, so I know some things about you guys. Originally, this thing planned to invade my body at first, but it was probably about to die, so it didn't fight me in the end. What a joke! I'm in charge of my own mind and body, okay? Since you guys have appeared, I'll return it to you, in case this thing suddenly appears one day and tricks me." Boss Luo played with the black ball in his hand, thought for a while, and said, "Your Excellency Madanzo, thank you for taking care of it. How about this? The cost of the next contract won't change, but the contract duration will be doubled as our gratitude." Madanzo blinked. It knew that this thing was definitely valuable, or else it wouldn't have taken the risk to keep it. However, a life spirit that was about to die could actually cover the duration of a contract? Suddenly, Madanzo seemed to see a way to make money. Should it mobilize the Angel Corps to meet in all the subworlds to dig this thing? Miss Maid said indifferently at this time, "Madanzo, Black Soul envoys will usually return after death. Only under very special circumstances will they leave behind such a broken life spirit. You'd better do your job as the Holy Sun." Madanzo opened its mouth, then sighed and glanced at Nan Xiaonan. They always had a special communication posture. "Madanzo, newcomer, your future is gloomy?" Nan Xiaonan, "Don't F asterisk King talk to me." "Your Excellency, Holy Sun, can you tell me where you found this life spirit?" Boss Luo asked seriously. Madanzo blinked. When it was about to ask for some compensation, Nan Xiaonan slapped the back of its head. "My boss is asking you a question. If you don't say it, I'll pray for you every day." "Ah, Madanzo, your light, your electricity, you're the only idiot." "These are the coordinates." Madanzo waved its hand again, and a beam of light shot directly at Boss Luo. "But let me make it clear first. The subworld at these coordinates is the territory of the heavenly court. After all, the heavenly court is different from the heavenly kingdom. The heavenly court may not provide for you. Thank you for your reminder. Boss Luo nodded. The heavenly court was indeed different from the heavenly kingdom. Unlike the continuous contract in the heavenly kingdom, the heavenly court was bought out all at once from the beginning. Of course, this buyout was also relative. Many times Luocio felt that the shop was actually the most principled and the least principled at the same time. Even if the heavenly court was bought out, in theory, there was a possibility that it could be taken away. Master, I was still thinking about where to go next. Boss Luo handed the black ball in his hand to Miss Maid and smiled. Now it seems that there is a destination. They disappeared in the sea of flowers, leaving no trace behind. Medanzo hid alone in the sea of flowers, dazed and absent-minded. It sucked on its pacifier and muttered to itself, "Goodbye, newcomer, the next time we meet." Suddenly, Medanzo's expression changed slightly, and it felt as if its head was about to split open. The memories it obtained from the broken black soul-life soul were disappearing bit by bit. What disappeared was only the things it shouldn't know, but all the experiences of the Book of Gaia were still clear. After a long time, Metatro let out a sigh of relief. "TSK, I still have the habit of writing diaries." Medanzo narrowed its eyes and smiled slyly. It immediately took out a small notebook from its pants and flipped it open quickly. However, the small notebook burned into ashes in an instant, and it was scalding. Stingy. In the night sky of the city, there were colorful auroras shining. In the middle of the night, the neon lights in the city were still bright. There were many tall buildings and dilapidated old buildings, but they were stubbornly mixed among the bright and beautiful buildings like gangrene attached to the bone. On the huge electronic screen, a nearly naked girl was working hard to advertise a new product, and the audience enjoyed it. Shuttling through the city on the road in midair, a group of youths with will-o-wisp were driving crazily. "People on the ground, where are you?" A huge fiery red slogan fluttered above the city. "Welcome to Fiery Cloud City." End of this chapter. Chapter 2361. It should be called the human world or the lower world. The model of the heavenly court was different from that of the kingdom of heaven. Since they didn't have to pay the contract fee continuously, the heavenly court didn't need to urgently spread its beliefs. It had its own unique civilization of immortal and divine path. But what were gods and immortals? For this world, called Azure Blue, it seemed to have experienced the shattering of the heavenly Tao once. After the calamity, Azure Blue underwent a huge change. Generally speaking, every restart of the subworld will be accompanied by a huge disaster. Natural disaster or human disaster. Miss Maid was knocking on the blackboard. She was dressed in the female teacher style of a white shirt and black skirt that Boss Luo liked at night. Under the podium, Lady Nan was listening to the explanation with a serious face. Although she used to be a loner in the dimensional void, she had a lot of knowledge, but she didn't have a complete system yet. The system of the shop was different from that of the dimensional void. In order to become a qualified Black Soul envoy and possibly replace Cleopatra as the new guardian of the Kingdom of Heaven, Nan Xiaonan had to cram in knowledge in this area. Generally speaking, this was a formal induction training. "Miss Yu Yi, I have a question." Nan Xiaonan raised her hand and asked, "According to what you said, there is a manager in each subworld. My understanding is that the manager is the origin of the will of the subworld. When I was walking in the void, the immortal life in the void liked to use the origin of the world as a unit of exchange. Are the two the same thing?" "The origin is the origin and the will is the will," Miss Maid said indifferently. In fact, the official scientific name of the origin in the exchange unit should be World Core. However, the will of the world is usually associated with World Core. For some subworlds of the lower level of civilization or potential, the so-called ultimate life can't even distinguish between the two when they break through the inherent stratum. I come from a subworld with low potential. I'm sorry. Star creation technique is a very strange technique. Miss Servant Girl suddenly said. Master said that it may be able to reach the level of the creator. Of course, you need to continue to perfect it. The creator, the new ranking in Ms. Maid's class. It wasn't a saying in the dimensional void, but a one-sided division of the void giants in the shop. For example, in the state of the Trinity, he was at the level of the creator. For example, the celestial emperor of the heavenly court was also at the level of the creator. Due to the uniqueness of the heavenly court, there were even more creators in the heavenly court. They were also known as saints, but it was a different concept from the saints of the heavenly kingdom. This was the complexity of the dimensional void, because the various major forces already had an extremely perfect system, and there was not much advantage or disadvantage between them. They had never been able to completely unify their concepts. There were even other big and small divine systems, scientific civilizations, and the existence of other civilizations. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan was just like when she first stepped into the void. A large amount of knowledge was poured into her, and she almost wanted to skip class. However, she just needed to endure until lunchtime. There were only 5 minutes left before Miss Servant Girl's meal preparation time. Lady Nan was also excited. Yi, Master seems to have left early in the morning. He should be back soon, right? After all, he still wants to eat the lunch you made. Oh, it's already so late. Miss Servant Girl suddenly put away the pointer in her hand. She organized the information and said with great kindness, Lady Nan, remember to copy today's content 10,000 times. This way, it will become a mechanical memory. I'll check it tomorrow. Work hard. Nan Xiaonan took a can of carbonated drink from the vending machine in the lobby. She suggested to add this vending machine in the lobby of the shop, and she didn't expect Boss Luo to agree. Pop! The sound of the can being opened. At this time, Nan Xiaonan was sitting on the water tower on the rooftop of a small 4-story building. Above her head, there were several towering skyscrapers. However, this wasn't the tallest building in Huiyun City. At present, the tallest building in Huiyun City was called the Flat Sky Building. It was owned by the Flat Sky Group, which controlled more than 70% of the economic lifeline of Huiyun City. The boss of the group was called Niu Daguang. Most of the residents of Huiyun City were working for the Flat Sky Group. The rest of the business entities were barely surviving in the cracks. The shop appeared yesterday and merged with this 4-story building. It belonged to the type that only certain people could see its existence. Looking at the situation, the boss seemed to intend to operate here for a while. This was what Nan Xiaonan knew at present. Your King disturbing me. Suddenly, a roar came from a dilapidated, single-family apartment next to the 4-story building. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked over. A strong man with an iron head directly jumped out of the window at this time. His metal prosthetic arm was inserted into the wall, and he directly climbed upstairs. The strong man climbed to the next floor and started to fight with a yellow-haired guy who was having fun. Although the yellow-haired guy didn't have much muscle, he was good at boxing. His fists were like cannons, and he directly blasted the strong man out of the building. Good. In the originally quiet low-rise building, there was an endless stream of cheers. The yellow-haired guy was now standing in front of a big hole in the wall. Facing the cheers, he directly shook his, but this guy was even naked. Bang! Lady Nan rubbed her eyes. This was the 5th time she saw a fight. After a while, a gray aircraft the size of a bus slowly landed. A troop walked out of it and directly took the strong man and the yellow-haired guy away. In theory, such a troop belonged to the Flaming Cloud City government. However, this troop, from the transportation vehicles to the weapons, were all produced by the Flat Sky Corporation. Right? It was said that the mayor of Flaming Cloud City was a woman named Tai Luosha. She was Niu Daguang's wife. Currently, they were living separately before the divorce. The rumor was that because of the intervention of a third party, Nyo Dogwang found a child that he had raised for many years. It was suspected that there was something wrong with it. What a chaotic city! Nan Xiaonan aimed at the hole in the yellow-haired guy's house and threw the empty bottle of happiness in her hand into it. 3 points, nice. At this moment, a figure slowly walked over from the chaotic street. Nan Xiaonan's eyes lit up, and she directly jumped into the street with a smile. "Boss, you're back!" "What's this?" "I bought some ingredients on the way," Boss Luo said with a smile. "I thought it was interesting, so I bought it. It seems to be a local specialty of Flaming Cloud City." "I'll do it." Miss Nan eagerly took the things. "Boss, did you get anything when you went out?" She didn't know why Boss Luo went out, but she guessed that it was related to the matter that Madanzo had mentioned, the 11th Black Soul of the beginning. This Flaming Cloud City was the subworld that Madanzo had pointed out. It was one of the subworlds that belonged to the Heavenly Court, or one of the subworlds, the Mortal Realm. There were many subworlds under the Heavenly Court, but there weren't as many as the barbaric ones like the Heavenly Kingdom. However, the Heavenly Court's foundation was very stable. It was said that most of the subworlds provided the Heavenly Court with all kinds of consumables that the immortal Tao civilization needed. As for incense, which was similar to the power of faith, it was a minority. Because the immortal Tao of the Heavenly Court this time was relatively poor, the need for incense was decreasing day by day. Instead, they were more interested in another thing called merit. Lady Maid had already prepared a sumptuous lunch at an incredible speed. The 3 of them sat at a round table. When Boss Luo was picking up food, Lady Maid had already peeled a plate of prawns and sent it to Boss Luo. It wasn't the first time that Nan Xiaonan had seen this kind of useless mode. She ate her rice and only dared to show a pair of eyes. "Be careful of your words when eating. I looked around today, but I couldn't find the sub-administrator of Azure Blue." Boss Luo suddenly said. "You couldn't find it?" Lady Maid couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. Before they came, they were prepared that Pale Blue would be a special subworld because a Origin Black Soul envoy had once been lost here. Boss Luo thought for a while and said there were traces of a restart in Azure Blue subworld recently about 1,000 years ago. However, for some unknown reason, the reboot stopped halfway through, and the next thing that happened was the disappearance of the sub-administrator. In addition, it was also from that time that Azure Blue lost the passage to the Heavenly Court. Speaking of this, Boss Luo smiled casually and looked at Nan Xiaonan, asking, "Lady Nan, do you know what this situation should be called?" "A test of homework?" Nan Xiaonan subconsciously rubbed her bangs. In this case, in the immortal Tao civilization, it should be called Ultimate Isolation of Heaven and Earth. Boss Luo nodded. Yes, it can all be summed up as this situation. But Ultimate Isolation of Heaven and Earth can also be divided into 2 types, the lower realms cut off and the upper realms cut off. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously said, "Then what does Azure Blue belong to?" "The lower realms artificial cutoff," Boss Luo said indifferently. Nan Xiaonan said in shock, "This seems to be similar to the subworld of number 003. As far as I know, back in the subworld of number 003, it was an emperor who cut off the passage between heaven and earth?" Boss Luo shook his head and said, "Number 003 is a little different from Kanglin. It doesn't belong to any sphere of influence, but a place where many legends mix together. It is also the place where I grew up." Nan Xiaonan was slightly shocked and rubbed her head. "Boss, you see, my little brain is not enough. Let's talk about number 003 in the future. Let's talk about Azure Blue. You said that the sub-administrator of Azure Blue went missing. Could it be that it has already?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "It didn't die, it just disappeared." Nan Xiaonan said, "Boss, if you want to find it, it should be easy, right?" Boss Luo said indifferently, "There's a price to pay for everything, even for me. Besides, I have Lady Nan now. You have always been very reliable. I'm looking forward to your performance this time." Don't F asterisk King talk to me in such an ambiguous tone. I don't want to die yet. I won't let you down, she said with a righteous face. Boss Luo smiled and said, By the way, in the afternoon, you can report to this place. I've already arranged it for you. This is your new identity. A stack of information appeared in front of Nan Xiaonan. It was an employment form. This is the employment notice of Huiyun City's number 1 high school. Boss Luo chuckled and said, I just handled it for you this morning. You'll be a biology teacher in number 1 high school. Why is it a biology teacher? She opened her mouth, subconsciously. Boss Luo blinked and said, Lady Nan, weren't you a forensic doctor before? Biology shouldn't be difficult for you. Nan Xiaonan was silent for a while, not knowing if Boss Luo was reminding her of something or if he had other intentions. She thought for a while and said, Then, boss, what's the purpose of me entering this high school? Boss Luo smiled and didn't say anything. Nan Xiaonan sighed in her heart. Play it by ear, right? Work hard. Boss Luo encouraged her and used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetable and put it on Nan Xiaonan's plate. Eat. I don't want to die yet. Do you need my help? Boss Luo came to the kitchen at the back. Only Miss Maid was washing the tableware after the meal. As for Nan Xiaonan, she had already put on her black forest suit and picked up her handbag, going to work. I'll be done soon, Miss Maid said softly, and then her eyes moved slightly. Master, are we open for business in the afternoon, or— At this time Boss Luo hugged her from behind, smelling the good smell of shampoo wantonly. After a while he smiled and said, You can't be too indulgent. Although you are in a good state now, you have to do something serious occasionally. I see, but I just bought some new clothes. Business suspended. Huiyun City's number 1 high school. Nan Xiaonan stood in front of the school gate and looked up. She saw a large burnt mark on the signboard of number 1 high school. The sky above the school was filled with a thick layer of dark clouds. She blinked and walked into the school gate calmly. Wait! Just at this moment, a weak voice called out to her. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked over, only to see a man with only his underwear hanging on the iron gate behind the school gate. Bruises, burns, and all kinds of strange words were smeared all over his body, such as middle, comma, pig, and so on. You are— At this time the man said in a panic, Go quickly! Don't go in! Don't go in! Don't be a teacher! The students here are inhuman. Nan Xiaonan chuckled and said indifferently, I was also called a student who was not a human in those days. Don't worry. With that said, Nan Xiaonan put the man down for the purpose of gathering information. Unexpectedly, as soon as she approached, the man said in horror, Don't come over here! There are red crystal bombs buried on the ground. Boom! A small mushroom cloud appeared in front of the school gate of number 1 high school. End of this chapter. Chapter 2362. The first thing a new teacher had to do was, of course, to meet with the school's leaders. In a shabby but spacious conference room, Nan Xiaonan was met by the school's principal and the teaching director. The principal of Fire Cloud's first high school was an ordinary old man, and the teaching director was also an ordinary uncle. Then, both of them were wearing eye-catching safety hats. Nan Xiaonan also had a safety hat on her head. When she came in, the teaching director kindly handed it to her, saying that it was just in case. The principal was called Wang Baiwan. At this time, he was introducing the history, development, and glory of Fire Cloud's first high school. In Kanglin, our Fire Cloud's first high school is definitely one of the top 100 principals. Every year, there are always 1 or 2 who can contribute to Kanglin. Teacher Nan, you can join our Fire Cloud High School. He couldn't help it. Lady Nan knocked on the table slightly and directly interrupted Wang Baiwan's endless speech. Is there anything you don't understand? Teacher Xiaonan? This. Nan Xiaonan expressionlessly points at her own face and rolls her pair of dead fish eyes. This. Could it be that no one can explain this to me? The ordinary teaching director was called Wang Jufu. In theory, he was Wang Baiwan's son. At this time, the director held his glasses and solemnly said, "Teacher Xiaonan's makeup today is very good. She looks decent and is a model teacher. Keep it up. Good luck." I was king bombed into a black chicken. How can I still look decent? Nan Xiaonan slammed the table. Wang Baiwan and Wang Jufu suddenly trembled in fear. They were weak and helpless. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but be startled. She sighed and suddenly stood up. "Forget it, I'm going back." "Don't." Wang Jufu suddenly rushed over, and Wang Baiwan followed closely behind. At this time, one of the two senior executives of Fire Cloud High School blocked the door of the conference room, and the other directly hugged her leg. A handful of tears and a handful of snot. "Don't go. If we did anything wrong, you have to tell us and we will change. But please don't leave. We haven't had a biology teacher for 3 years in a row, and we haven't had any biology classes. If this continues, our Fire Cloud High School will soon fall out of the top 100 of Azure Blue." Nan Xiaonan was immediately shocked. She said incredulously, "This school has missed a class for 3 years in a row, and they can still stand in the top 100. Just how terrifying was this school's foundation? How could a soldier with a missing leg survive in such a terrifying battlefield like a university? Lucky. At this time, the director of wealth used a handkerchief to wipe his cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher Xiaonan, your arrival has brought a glimmer of hope to our school. 3 times the salary, in addition, an additional allowance of 3 spirit stones every month. In addition, there was also transportation allowance, housing allowance, transportation allowance, old age allowance, and maternity allowance. Even if you accidentally took maternity leave because of a bold student, we will not fire you. We will even reimburse you." Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes. These 2 guys were easy to understand, so she signed the contract without hesitation. She didn't care about these benefits. It was just the boss's order. She sat down again, crossed her legs, and said indifferently, "But I have a condition." Principal Baiwan replied with a face full of anxiety, Say it. Nan Xiaonan sneered. "Tell me which bastard buried the bomb at the school gate?" However, the director of wealth's face changed slightly, while Principal Baiwan sighed faintly. "So Teacher Xiaonan already knew?" "Teacher Xiao, who told you?" "Teacher Xiao, who was the guy who was bullied by Nan Xiaonan at the school gate. He was sent to the hospital now." "I'm sorry. Ba Dan was actually very obedient when he was young." "Teacher Xiaonan, please be magnanimous and forgive this child. When we go back, I will definitely discipline her well. Something like this will never happen a second time." The director of Tycoon's face was pleading. "When we go back." Nan Xiaonan's mouth opened slightly. "Badan? Wang Badan? You guys?" "My daughter is naughty." In the conference room, Wang Baiwan and Wang Jufu sat down with tired faces as if their bodies had been hollowed out. Principal Baiwan wiped his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. "We've finally settled her down." Wang Jufu also nodded and said, "Yeah, he doesn't look like someone who's easy to get along with. Hopefully, there won't be any trouble." Who would have thought that the applicant this time would come with a letter of recommendation from the Pingtian Corporation? That's strange. The Pingtian Corporation has never sent people to Huiyun High. Maybe it's for that kid? Wang Baiwan's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head gently, indicating Wang Jufu not to speculate. "When we go back, discipline Ba Dan well. Don't be like before, always looking for trouble, especially trouble with this new teacher." Wang Jufu said, "That fire crystal bomb was stolen from me by Ba Dan. Teacher Xiaohu was almost killed by the explosion, but this new teacher only suffered some superficial injuries and is fine. It seems that he's not simple." If it's an ordinary person, can he get a letter of recommendation from the Pingtian Corporation? Wang Baiwan said with a little fear, And the signature is from the chairman's office. I heard that Nyo Dogwang's secretary is him. Could it be that teacher Xiaonan? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. A young and hot-blooded teacher came to a problematic high school and was in charge of a class of problematic children. Then, in the next few years, the hot-blooded teacher worked tirelessly and persevered. Finally, he successfully captured the students in the class one by one, turning the trash class that was once at the bottom into an all-star class. In the final graduation season, he received her promise. That should be the script, right? But she felt that something was wrong. After coming out from Wang Baiwan's place, Nan Xiaonan felt that something was very wrong. According to the script, the hot-blooded teacher's first wave of villains should be either the principal or the teaching director. But these two guys' attitudes were quite good, surprisingly good. Are you the new biology teacher? Hello. Who are you? At this time, a well-dressed man with gold-rimmed glasses appeared in front of Nan Xiaonan. However, Nan Xiaonan noticed that there was actually a furry tail behind this man. My name is Qing Hu. The man smiled slightly and said, I'm a teacher from the teaching staff office. The teaching director has already informed me. Next, I will bring you to familiarize you with the school. Teacher Xiaonan, let me take you to your office first. Nan Xiaonan nodded. She also had plans in this regard, mainly because she didn't know the purpose of her boss's arrangement. So, she could only collect as much information as possible about this Huiyun High School. Mr. Qing Hu, how long have you been here? Just call me Qing Hu, or Teacher Qing Hu. Small talk. During the small talk, Nan Xiaonan knew why this Teacher Qing Hu had a tail. His father was a fox from Green Hill City. After a long journey, he finally married and settled down in Huiyun City. However, Qing Hu had never been to Green Hill City once because Huiyun City was too far away from Green Hill City. In addition, the teacher's work was too busy, so he couldn't take time out. However, Teacher Qing Hu planned to go to Green Hill City in the following summer or winter holidays. Nan Xiaonan didn't ask why. At present, it was good to have a preliminary understanding of some things. There was no one in the office. Qing Hu said that at this time, the second-grade teachers basically had classes. I heard that the school hasn't had a biology teacher for several years. Can't you find one? Didn't the principal tell you? Nan Xiaonan shook her head gently. Teacher Qing, who was startled and showed a bitter smile. They probably have a reason for not telling you. If the leader doesn't say, I can't say anything. After all, the benefits of this job are quite good. The world of adults was easy to understand, even more so in the workplace. Since Teacher Qing, who had already said this, Nan Xiaonan naturally didn't continue to ask. Probably because the topic was a bit sensitive. Teacher Qing, who quickly smiled and said, I'll take you to the class you'll be in charge of next. Go ahead. Nan Xiaonan nodded. She was already prepared. After all, if the script she received was correct, she should encounter a lot of problems when entering the class for the first time. Problem students, who wasn't a naughty kid back then. Hello, teacher. A group of neatly dressed students with serious expressions on their faces were looking at Nan Xiaonan, who was standing on the podium, with a slightly confused expression on her face. The students in this class were so F*** serious. The learning materials on everyone's desk were piled up to a foot high. There wasn't enough space on the desks. There were no water splashes, no chalk brushes that suddenly flew at them, and no low-level pranks like the all-purpose glue on the podium. There was no poison, no fire, and no explosion. There were no traps on the floor that would suddenly sink, and no female students would suddenly fall into their arms. There were also no students who looked at them with ill intentions. Nan Xiaonan was shocked. This was a group of good kids, each of them exuding the light of learning. So there really is a biology teacher. The school didn't lie to us. That's great. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I've already memorized the biology materials backwards. Teacher, please ask me questions properly. I've accumulated too many questions. I can't sleep and eat in peace. Teacher, In order to make up for the time we wasted, please take 10 minutes after class. Can I make up lessons after school? I can give you a tuition fee. Also, please give me 3 times the amount of homework. My big pen can't wait anymore. Ha ha ha. She didn't know how she walked out of the classroom. Perhaps Teacher Ching, who used some kind of reason to save her from the enthusiasm of the students. This scene was different from what she imagined. It must be an illusion. Year 2 Class A. Looking at the name of the class that just walked out, Nan Xiaonan calmed down a little and asked Teacher Ching, which class is next? Mr. Ching, who said, "No, Mr. Xiaonan, you're mainly in charge of this second year Class A. Other than that, you don't have any other classes." "Only one class?" Nan Xiaonan asked in shock. "That's what the notice said." Mr. Ching, who nodded and said, "As for the reason, if the principal didn't tell you, where are we going to visit next?" Nan Xiaonan directly interrupted. Some functional classrooms, library, gymnasium, cafeteria, infirmary, and so on. Mr. Ching, who thought for a while and said, "It depends on which place you want to visit first. I'll accompany you this afternoon." Nan Xiaonan suddenly wrinkled her brows. She subconsciously looked left and right, carefully listened, and said, "Teacher Ching, why do I feel that this teaching building is strangely quiet? It feels like there's only one class in this building." "You're right, there's only one class now." Mr. Ching, who smiled and said, "Other classes?" Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but ask curiously. Mr. Ching, who said, "It's the time of the extraterrestrial battlefield now. The other classes are having actual combat lessons." Actual combat? Nan Xiaonan instantly took a deep breath and said, "Wait, let me look at the script first. I don't have a script." Mr. Xiao, Nan seems to be a very humorous person. Mr. Ching, who chuckled, "Come, I'll bring you to the library. It's closer to here." In a place that was full of explosions and was full of scars and scars. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. A huge flaming arrow pierced the ground from the sky, following which it created 100-meter wide flaming whirlpool. In the whirlpool, dozens of figures were burning in the fire, letting out miserable cries. On top of the cliff, a girl in red slowly put down the longbow in her hand. Between her hair, there were still some embers floating and slowly extinguishing. "Good. Kill this group of Lion Tua trash. They actually dared to attack our headquarters. Don't they know that the headquarters is personally guarded by Big Sister Red Child?" The girl on the cliff raised her bow again, shooting a flaming arrow into the distance. "Counterattack. Stab this group of Lion Tua trashes chrysanthemums for me. I'm going to eat lion's penis and elephant's penis tonight. Eula, 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 Eula. Ada, 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 Ada." One flaming arrow after another, from the cliff, like a meteor, crazily sniped the forest in the distance. Finally, the longbow seemed to be unable to withstand the girl's frequent pulling, and finally the bowstring broke. The girl frowned with dissatisfaction, then threw the longbow directly on the ground. Behind the girl, 3 girls quickly walked up at this time. One collected the broken bow on the ground. The other opened a box, took out a new bow from it, and handed it to the girl in red. "Miss, this is the last one. Tisk." The girl in red snorted coldly. "I'll go to Eastern Sea City sooner or later to pull out the dragon tendon of Ao, Biao's stupid son, and make one that won't break." The third girl said, "Miss, it's almost time. It seems that Lion Tuagao is going to lose this time. It's already this late." The girl in red frowned. She felt that the new bow was not very good. Then she threw it away. "Clean up the battlefield. Don't forget to hand in 10 pairs of lion's penis. My dad loves to eat it." The 3 girls looked at each other. Lion Tuagao students. There was probably no more penis left, right? They had encountered fire, Cloud Gao 5 times in a row in the foreign university ranking tournament, the infirmary. As the last stop of today's visit, Nan Xiaonan had nothing to look forward to. Along the way, Nan Xiaonan didn't see any other students except Class A. The whole campus was unusually quiet. She didn't even see many teachers. Speaking of which, the teacher in the infirmary just started today. Ms. Qing, who knocked on the door of the infirmary, suddenly said, "You're all new teachers. Maybe you can have a good chat." Nan Xiaonan blinked, following Ms. Qing, who into the infirmary. Ms. Qing, who said casually, "Ms. Luo, let me introduce you. This is Ms. Xiaonan, the new biology teacher." Luo what? Nan Xiaonan rubbed her eyes subconsciously. Hi, teacher." The chair in front of her slowly turned. Boss Luo, in a white robe, slowly appeared in front of her. There was a receiver hanging on his body. "Hello, Ms. Xiaonan." At the same time, the curtain in front of the bed slowly opened, and a blonde girl in a nurse's uniform with a slightly rosy face slowly walked out. Nan Xiaonan sucked in a cold breath. F***CK, this couple really knows how to play. Chapter 2363. Nan Xiaonan was surprised that the boss and Miss Maid appeared in the infirmary, and there might even be unlocked plots such as the school infirmary ABI. However, Mr. Qing, who was still there, although Nan Xiaonan was full of doubts, she still left in a hurry after greeting him. But then again, this Miss Maid was really good at controlling her temperament. No matter what she wore, she looked like that. The daily novelty of the boss? It was said that men who had just opened the door to a new world would have a period of vigorous energy. The boss wouldn't be so desperate as to make a move on her, right? Nan, boss, don't do that. Miss Yu Yi is still here. Luo, if you don't say anything, she won't know. Who asked you to wear her clothes? Nan, there. I can't do that. Deba, Luo, you're so coquettish, you're a little excited just thinking about it. Mr. Nan? Cough, Mr. Nan. Mr. Qing, who coughed and said seriously, although the school won't ask about a teacher's private life. As a teacher, you have to be a role model. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but blink. Mr. Qing, who said indifferently, I'm half of the Green Hill Fox family. I can feel some fluctuations in people's lust. Mr. Nan, your thoughts just now were too powerful. F***CK? Anyway, there are some students in the school who have similar abilities. You'd better take care of yourself. Mr. Qing, who sighed, after all, Firecloud High School is really short of biology teachers. If the grades of biology can't be improved, Firecloud High School might fall out of the top 100 schools this year. Nan Xiaonan had been curious about this matter, so she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qing, who? How many schools are there in Kanglin? Mr. Qing, who was stunned. I really haven't paid attention to this problem. However, there are countless cities in Azure Blue. There are at least tens of thousands of big and small cities. According to the average number of high schools in each city, there are at least tens of thousands of high schools. Firecloud High School is quite strong, Nan Xiaonan said seriously. It can still stay in the top 100 schools after missing one class. Qing, who opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Nan Xiaonan was stunned. So, what's going on with the top 100 universities? The full name of the top 100 is Teacher Qing, who said shamefully, Top 100 trash schools in Blue Sky. Below them are the 10 worst schools in Blue Sky. It's already the floor. Puff! Suddenly, a commotion interrupted Nan Xiaonan's thoughts. She subconsciously looked at the field outside the corridor. She didn't know when, but a huge door of light had appeared on the field. At this time, students wearing Flaming Cloud High School uniforms rushed out one after another from the light door. Some of the students looked fine, while others were battered and exhausted. There were even some students who were covered in blood as they were carried out of the door of light. The actual combat class is over. Teacher Qing, who explained, these are the teleportation doors that lead to the extraterrestrial battlefield. It seems that the battle in the extraterrestrial battlefield is still very intense this time. With so many injured people, I don't know if the new teacher Luo in the school doctor's office can handle it. I'm afraid that the First People's Hospital of Flaming Cloud High School will have to accept some of them. This was probably the busiest time in Flaming Cloud High School. At least, this was the busiest time in Nan Xiaonan's opinion. The entire school was instantly filled with students who came back from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but have a great interest in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Without much time to think, she directly tore off a button and used Xing Chuang when Teacher Qing, who wasn't paying attention. Then, with a light flick of her finger, the button was directly thrown into the teleportation door that hadn't closed yet. But the moment the Xing Chuang button was thrown into the teleportation door, a bright light exploded from the teleportation door. Nan Xiaonan's gaze subconsciously froze. Her button was actually blasted into pieces in an instant. Wind and lightning surged in the teleportation door. Those students who had yet to walk out of the teleportation door were all frightened. Many students were even implicated by the lightning and started cursing loudly. Which bastard didn't follow the rules again? Come out, I'll beat you to death. F***CK, your mother! The commotion in the field was quickly suppressed by the teachers who came back and slowly calmed down. In the teaching building, Teacher Qing, who suddenly looked at Nan Xiaonan and said, "Teacher Xiaonan, that was a warning thunder. It's usually used to warn those fellows who want to use illegal means to invade the extraterrestrial battlefield. For so many years, unless it's during the opening hours of the extraterrestrial battlefield, no one has ever been able to successfully enter during closed hours. You have to be more careful." These words were obviously a warning. This fellow, did he discover my little trick just now? She pretended not to know. There are many people who want to invade the teleportation door. Teacher Qing, who smiled casually and said, "The extraterrestrial battlefield is the main venue for the ranking battle of Azure Blue High Schools. It also affects the ranking of this high school to a large extent. In addition, the extraterrestrial battlefield has other important functions. Therefore, the Ministry of Education has always made it clear that for the sake of fairness, the act of investigating the extraterrestrial battlefield in advance is prohibited. The punishment is very serious." Then, just now, it's just a warning thunder. Teacher Qing, who said indifferently, "There are so many high schools in Azure Blue. There are at least a few million students. A few times every day, it won't attract the attention of the Ministry of Education. After all, no one has succeeded in invading, right? Has anyone succeeded in invading before?" Nan Xiaonan subconsciously asked. Teacher Qing, who thought for a while, and said, "I heard that there was once a student from a high school who used some method to avoid the detection of the teleportation door and entered the extraterrestrial battlefield in advance. But after that, that student never appeared again. Not long after, that student's school was also abolished. Not good. The student has to go back to the classroom. Teacher Xiaonan, come with me first. Over here, try to avoid these students." The principal said that you're the biology teacher of second-year class A should not be made public for the time being. Firecloud High School, school doctor's office. In front of the door, there was a very long line of injured students who came back from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Some of them were even on the verge of death and could only rely on their companions to support them. Most of the people in the line were poor students who couldn't afford the extra medical fees. After coming back from the extraterrestrial battlefield, the students who could afford it had already contacted all the medical institutions in Firecloud City and left with the luck machines sent by these institutions. The treatment in the school doctor's office was free of charge. Of course, the treatment in the school doctor's office was only simple treatment of some wounds. For serious injuries, and psychological treatment was more important than physical treatment. Is the line today much faster than usual? It seems so. Moreover, the students who come out seem to be very energetic. It seems that our results in the extraterrestrial battlefield this time are not bad. We shouldn't have met any strong opponents. Bullshit! Apart from Red Boy's team, we're all basically being slaughtered. Those who came out of the school doctor's office, regardless of whether they were male or female, their faces were brimming with reluctance. There were even students who had their wounds bandaged and unexpectedly lined up again. Female classmate, what happened? Female classmate, the new school doctor is so warm. He's my type. Tis K, when he touched me, I wanted to ride him. Male classmate, what happened? Male classmate, the new nurse is so beautiful. I really want her to whip me with a leather whip. And male classmate, what happened? Male classmate, what kind of godly combination is this? I can have both of them. Female classmate, what happened again? Many students, it's Red Boy. Red Boy is here. Quickly run. In the corridor leading to the school doctor's office, everyone was scrambling to escape. Some even chose to jump out of the window to escape. In the chaotic corridor, a girl in red walked slowly with an expressionless face. Behind the young girl were 3 other girls who followed her every step. They seemed to turn a blind eye to the ugliness of the students in the corridor, until they came to the door of the school doctor's office. Miss, we're here. A girl walked to the girl in red and whispered, "This new school doctor seems to be very popular." The girl in red said, "It seems that there is another new teacher." "It's already under investigation." Another girl quickly said, "But Wang Baiwan doesn't seem to be in the principal's office. I didn't even see Wang Jufu." The girl in red couldn't help but frown. "What about Ba Dan?" "She seems to have been taken away. The specific reason is still unknown." The third girl whispered, "Miss Ba Dan's phone is turned off." At this moment, the door of the school doctor's office slowly opened. A girl slowly walked out in a trance. However, the moment the girl saw the girl in red in front of the door, she instantly woke up. Her face was full of horror, and she wanted to squeeze her body into the wall. "Red, red, 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 red. Why aren't you leaving after the treatment?" The first girl behind the girl in red said indifferently, "Yes, yes." The girl felt as if she had been granted amnesty and immediately ran out of the room. The girl in red frowned and looked at the girls running back thoughtfully. "Miss, what's wrong?" The girl in red thought for a while and said, "This girl, I should have seen her on the battlefield today. Her intestines were pulled out." "What?" The 3 girls couldn't help but show a surprised expression. At this moment, a female voice came from the school doctor's office. "Next." "Wait for me here." The girl in red ordered indifferently and directly pushed the door open. The 3 girls stood directly outside the school doctor's office. No one dared to approach. After the girl in red entered the door, she frowned first. She saw a blonde beauty with blue eyes walking towards her. She had seen a lot of good-looking women, not counting those on the street. Nyo Dagwang's secretary was basically a very good-looking vixen, especially the one who was likely to be her stepmother in the future. But compared with the nurse in front of her, the girl in red instantly felt like comparing a high-quality food ingredient with a rubbish one. "Student, where are you hurt? If it's just a skin wound, please follow me to bandage it." The nurse's professional smile was almost perfect. She knew it was a professional smile, but it was also a smile of love for saving lives. The girl in red couldn't help being a little moved. This woman's temperament was close to the peak. "Where's the school doctor? I want to see him." The girl in red said indifferently. She even directly walked past the nurse, the servant girl, and went straight in. In front of the table, Boss Luo, the school doctor, was casually writing his work log. The girl in red approached, holding her chest and looking down. "Are you the new school doctor? You're so white and clean. What do you have?" "Doctor, this student, she—" "Nurse you," Yi came with a helpless look at this time. She seemed to be a school doctor who couldn't do anything to the student. Dr. Luo waved his hand, indicating Nurse Yi to go back to his side. Dr. Luo looked at the girl in red. "I'm a doctor. Of course, my ability is the ability of a doctor. Student, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" The girl in red spread her legs and sat down. My left atrium isn't feeling well. Can you check it for me with a stethoscope? This is just an ornament. Dr. Luo smiled. To make myself look more professional. The girl in red said, ornament? More professional. Why? Are you not professional? Dr. Luo said, giving the patient confidence should be the first thing to do. No matter how good my medical skills are, at least I can't let the patient down at the beginning. The girl in red raised her eyebrows. My left atrium is uncomfortable. How do you diagnose it? Feel the pulse. Dr. Luo smiled. I'm good at this. The girl in red blinked her eyes, chuckling. Feel the pulse? I'm the child of a monster and a Rakshasa ghost. There are not many meridians in my body that are similar to humans. Are you sure you can cure my disease? As long as you have the heart. Dr. Luo smiled. Whether it's a human or a monster's child, they are all born with a heart. Most of the meridians come from the heart. Since there's a problem with the heart, it will naturally be reflected in your body. Student, can you give me your hand? The girl in red sneered, directly putting her hand on the hand pillow. I'll make it clear in advance. If you can't see my disease, you can pack your bag and get out. Fiery Cloud High School doesn't raise useless people. Well, Dr. Luo couldn't help but look embarrassed, muttering, I still need this job. It seems that there's no other way. Student, if you don't mind, I can only use the ancestral secret prescription to treat you. What secret prescription? Dr. Luo looked at Nurse Yi. Nurse Yi turned and walked into the medicine dispensing room. After a while, Nurse Yi came back. At the same time, she was holding a syringe that was as thick as a bucket and more than 2 meters long. The girl in red was stunned. This is my ancestral tonic. It can cure all diseases. Dr. Luo said seriously, let me give you an injection, student. End of this chapter. Chapter 2364. The needle hasn't been injected yet, but the 2-meter thick syringe looks very intimidating. The red-dressed girl can clearly see the liquid medicine in the syringe, which is still bubbling at this moment. And it was a blue-purple liquid. You call this medicine? She was silent for a moment. Then she squeezed out a voice from her throat. Is there a problem? Dr. Luo nodded. I'm a certified doctor. Don't worry, the medicine I prescribe can't kill people. Can't kill people, but I'm a freaking descendant of a monster? Are you kidding me? This time, the girl in red seemed to have squeezed the words out of her mouth. She even revealed a mouthful of sharp, saw-like teeth. Student, how do you know it won't work if you don't try it? Dr. Luo smiled faintly. That's what you said. Let me treat you. What if it doesn't work? The girl in red sneered. Dr. Luo said matter-of-factly, Of course I'll do as you said. Leave this school. Probably find another job. So go inside and get the injection. Don't worry. My nurse is very skilled. It won't hurt. The liquid in the needle seemed to be squeezed out. The girl in red clearly saw the liquid falling to the floor, which directly corroded a small hole on the floor. The girl in red sighed and said expressionlessly, Do you know who I am? You're a student here. Dr. Luo lowered her head, holding the work log. By the way, tell me your name. The girl in red narrowed her eyes, but snorted with a smile and stood up directly. I'm leaving. I hope you can work here for a long time. Dr. Luo blinked. Student, you haven't told me your name yet. The girl in red ignored her and left directly. Please wait a minute. Dr. Luo suddenly shouted. The girl in red impatiently turned around and frowned. At this moment, she saw something flying towards her. She subconsciously caught it in her hands, only to discover that it was just an ordinary little box. What's this? A kind of ointment. Dr. Luo smiled. It's very effective for treating burns. The heart should be fine for now, but if you have burns on your palms, you can apply it 3 times a day and it will be fine soon. Burns, the girl in red was silent for a moment. She had long been accustomed to the burning sensation in her palm, which should have been unbearable for others. She didn't mind it at all. She had to hold a bow. My name is Red Boy. The red-dressed girl left. Dr. Luo. Boss Luo put down his work log and chuckled. Looking at the situation, there shouldn't be any students coming for treatment today. Let's get off work. My first day at work is quite fulfilling. Nurse Yi. Miss Maid looked at the giant needle that was left unused and said with a little pity, I used a lot of materials to make it. It will come in handy someday. Boss Luo suddenly looked out of the window at the portal on the playground. When the last student dragged his tired body out of the portal, it slowly closed. I don't know what's inside. When Boss Luo and Miss Maid walked out of Huayun High School, it was already very late. In front of the school gate, they saw Nan Xiaonan leaning on the side alone, staring blankly at the fading clouds above Huayun City. When she heard the commotion, she immediately ran over in small steps. Boss, are we going back? Did your new job go well today? Boss Luo asked casually. Not bad. Nan Xiaonan thought for a moment and said, but there seem to be a lot of problems in Huayun High School. The specific problems need follow-up investigation. In addition, I haven't found out why you asked me to work here. Let's go back first. Boss Luo waved his hand. Tonight we will have a guest. Guests? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but be startled. Boss Luo smiled. We met in the morning and chatted for a while. In the morning, speaking of which, the boss went out alone early in the morning and suddenly asked her to come to Huayun High School to work when he came back at noon. Boss, how many things did you do in the morning? It was a huge building built in the center of Huayun City, like a pavilion in the sky, the luxurious mansion of the chairman of Flat Sky Collective. Welcome back, miss. The moment the door was opened, hundreds of servants stood on both sides and spoke in unison. The girl in red walked through the crowd with an indifferent expression. At this time, a middle-aged housekeeper walked forward respectfully. Miss, you have worked hard today. I have prepared hot water for you. Please take a bath first. The girl in red didn't speak and just turned her head to look at the three girls behind her. This is the spoils of war you got on the battlefield today. One of the girls handed a brocade box to the housekeeper. It's fresh food for the master. I'll freeze it right away. The housekeeper nodded quickly. The girl who handed over the box frowned. Housekeeper, you didn't understand what Miss meant. The housekeeper stammered. Master said he has a meeting tonight. Miss, you don't have to wait for dinner. The girl in red didn't even look back. She walked up the stairs without saying a word. However, not long after, she had already appeared again. This time, she had changed into a tight black leather suit. I'm going out for a walk. Don't follow me. The name of the motorcycle was Reverse 5 Elements. It was custom-made by a master from the distant Kunlun city. When it started at full speed, it could spew out fire clouds, and the strong heat could melt steel in an instant. Reverse 5 Elements was the symbol of the miss of Ping Tian Corporation. As long as a fire cloud appeared in the city, no one dared to stop it. She was having fun. Her father controlled more than half of the wealth of Flaming Cloud City, and her mother was the head of the officials of Flaming Cloud City. The people in charge of traffic didn't dare to stop her, and they didn't dare to provoke her. At this time, the Reverse 5 Elements stopped directly on a bustling street, and the heat wave that it sprayed made the surrounding people retreat. At this time, Red Boy shouted, "Get on!" Soon, in the crowd, a tall girl wearing ripped jeans jumped directly onto the motorcycle and took advantage of the situation to wrap her arms around Red Boy's waist. Reverse 5 Elements started again and slowly rose. Red Boy, why are you so late? The tall girl smiled and said, I was grounded by my father and grandpa, but I managed to sneak out. I went home, Red Boy said indifferently. The tall girl turned her eyes and whispered in Red Boy's ear, Old Nyo is not at home. Did he go to find that vixen again? Sit tight, Red Boy said indifferently. The tall girl said, Where are you going? Red Boy said, Elysium. The huge fire cloud instantly sprayed out, and a big hole was directly melted on the street. The reverse 5 elements had rushed into the night sky of Flaming Cloud City. Slow down, slow down! The small building that was connected to the shop was located in an old and crowded city area where people from all walks of life would mingle. In theory, this kind of place would not be quiet all day long. There would be fights, peddlers shouting, and nightingales greeting. But it was too quiet at this time. It was so quiet that Nan Xiaonan didn't even notice that there were figures moving in the windows of the residential buildings on both sides of the road. In front of the shop, there was a black limousine hovering in the air. It was surrounded by people who were fully armed and even had the eye-catching Flat Sky logo on them. Boss, the customer you mentioned, is he? Yes, just as you think. Boss Luo smiled and said, the chairman of the Flat Sky Group. Niu Daguang? Nan Xiaonan whispered. She already controlled the volume of her voice very well, but the armed guards beside the extended version of the car still cast their gazes one after another. Moreover, the weapons in their hands were pointed at Nan Xiaonan's body one after another. In a split second, dozens of red dots gathered on Nan Xiaonan's body. It turned out that there were not only dozens of guards in front of the shop, but also dozens of snipers lurking in the nearby residential buildings. Stop! Remove the alert. At this time, an incomparably steady voice came from the hovering black car. In a flash, the red dot on Nan Xiaonan's body disappeared. At the same time, a tall and sturdy man with a pair of black horns on his head and a fierce look in his eyes, wearing a black suit, slowly walked out of the car. After the man got out of the limousine rose a little. What a heavy guy! Nan Xiaonan thought to herself. This was the chairman of the Flat Sky Group, Niu Daguang, the man who controlled the economic lifeline of the entire Huiyin city. Well, a male monster? Indeed, Nan Xiaonan felt an unusual sense of oppression from this guy. At this time, the middle-aged man with black horns slowly walked to Boss Luo. His attitude was neither good nor bad. He just said lightly, "You are back, Mr. Luo. My master has been waiting for you for a long time. On the way, I bought some ingredients." Boss Luo smiled slightly. However, I remember that the appointed time should be 8 p.m. My master doesn't like to be late, the black-horned man with a domineering aura said lightly. Meow, meow, meow. Nan Xiaonan could not help but blink her eyes. This guy was not Niu Daguang. She subconsciously looked at the limousine. At this time, she saw a sneaky head sticking out of the limousine and looking around suspiciously. This head also had 2 black horns, but it was abnormally short, only as long as a thumb. It was quite cute. It was white and clean, with a chubby little face, a mustache, and small eyes. He was looking around in the limousine, seemingly hesitating whether to come down or not. At this time he asked softly, "Black Star, is it safe? Can I come down? There are no assassins, right?" Nan Xiaonan. The burly man, Black Star, strode back to the limousine. He bowed and said, "Don't worry, master. The area around has been cleared. There are no suspicious people. Then I will come down. I will really come down. I guarantee with my life that you can get out of the limousine. I will really come down. I have already come down." At this time, the timid guy stretched out his short legs and landed on the limousine, but he immediately retracted them. "Black Star, why do I feel like the floor is shaking? Is there a strong person nearby who wants to kill me secretly?" The burly man did not say anything. He just reached into the limousine and directly pulled the guy out. Like a chicken, he carried him all the way to Boss Luo. Even so, the timid guy still held on tightly to Black Star's arm during the process. This guy was only about 3 meters tall. The chairman of the Flat Sky Group, the local emperor of Fire Cloud City, known as the Bull Demon King, the harem of 3,000, Niu Daguang, Nan Xiaonan. Boss, these 2 people, did they really not take the wrong script? She could not help but quietly ask Boss Luo carefully. "You go in with Yu Yi first." Boss Luo shook his head lightly. Nan Xiaonan obediently answered and followed Miss Maid into the shop first. Mr. Bull, let's go in too. Boss Luo looked at Niu Dogwang and Black Star at this time. Niu Dogwang was still holding on to Black Star's arm tightly. He swallowed and said, "Is there an ambush in here? After that I thought about it. Could it be that you were sent by that wife? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that I would bump into you when walking the dog in the morning? Mr. Bull, please come in." Boss Luo just turned sideways and made an inviting gesture. "Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't go in. It's not compulsory here." Niu Dogwang subconsciously looked up and sized up the ordinary door in front of him. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the bell in front of the door suddenly ringing, making a crisp sound as if it was going to knock into his heart. He was slightly absent-minded, as if he had made an important decision. He gritted his teeth and said, Black Star, let's go in. Pure Land of Bliss." This was a magical bar. It was said that when Pure Land of Bliss was at its peak, it had once blossomed all over dark blue. It had branches in all the big and small cities. As for whether this rumor was true or not, Red Boy had no way to verify it. After all, she rarely left Flaming Cloud City. However, other than being a place to beat people up, the alien battlefield was also a very good place to gather information about other cities. Many teams from other cities on the battlefield would occasionally mention this magical bar. This was a place of depravity, where all the happiness one could imagine could be found. At this time, Red Boy was sitting alone in a booth in a corner, as if she was thinking about something. She was playing with something, a small box. She still couldn't figure out why the box was in her pocket. She remembered that when she left the school doctor's office, she should have directly thrown the so-called burn medicine into the trash can. After returning home, she even changed her clothes. However, it still appeared in her pocket. "What is this?" At this time, the tall girl came back with 2 bottles of beer and gave one to Red Boy. Red Boy casually threw the box in her hand on the ground and took the beer from the tall girl, casually saying, "Useless thing." Saying so, Red Boy raised the bottle and was about to blow it. Unexpectedly, at this time, a hairy hand directly snatched the beer from Red Boy's hand. Here, underage people are not allowed to drink. Red Boy was not angry when the thing was snatched away. Instead, she revealed a look of surprise. "Uncle, when did you come back?" In front of her was a monkey wearing a black jacket with a monkey's head and a monkey's face monkey. This chapter ends. Chapter 2365. Curious about what the boss and Niu Dogwang were talking about, Nan Xiaonan took the initiative to pick up the rag while Miss Maid was preparing other things. Starting from the corner, Nan Xiaonan wiped all the way to the door of the study, and her ears became more and more erect. As the black soul envoy of the shop, Nan Xiaonan found that she couldn't get too close to the boss study. Black Star, who was like a giant bull, was guarding in front of the door of Boss Luo's study. Obviously, Niu Dogwang didn't want others to know what he was talking about in the study. But she was still curious. But when Nan Xiaonan met Black Star's fierce gaze, she could only awkwardly continue to wipe in another direction. In the study, the boss of the Flat Sky Group, who controlled the economic lifeline of Huiyin City, didn't sit down. After entering the door, Niu Dogwang, who was only 3 meters tall, began to carefully observe everything. It seemed that he was going to lift the floor. It wasn't the first time that Boss Luo saw such a suspicious look. He had seen it when he went out in the morning. As for whether the encounter between him and Niu Dogwang was intentional, as Niu Dogwang thought, even Boss Luo himself couldn't say for sure. "Mr. Niu, please rest assured. What you are worried about won't happen here." Boss Luo smiled at this time. "At least, no one has been able to use violence in the shop so far." "Well, it's quite sturdy. It seems that it won't suddenly fall down." At this time, Niu Dogwang jumped a few times on the spot, as if he was finally relieved. He shuddered, sat down, and sighed. "Don't mind. I always value my own safety." "Well, What I mean is, when you have a wife who thinks about how to kill you for 360 days a year, except for the days when she is on her period, you will understand. Boss Luo said casually, Mr. Nyo, your wife isn't here. I know. Nyo Dagwang sighed again and looked at himself anxiously. I feel like she's standing behind me. Hey, can you really help me? Can you help me repair my relationship with my wife? Boss Luo smiled and said, Mr. Nyo, according to what you said, your wife wanted to kill you because you were too fickle. My suggestion is that you get rid of this shortcoming. Nyo Dagwang sighed and said, but this is what I like. If I could change it, why would I come here? As the saying goes, a bull doesn't drink water, and you can't force it. Mr. Luo, is there no way to make my wife be more magnanimous? I don't ask for much, as long as my wife doesn't try to assassinate me. Boss Luo said indifferently, I heard that your wife is preparing to divorce you, Mr. Nyo. Living apart, not apart. We can't divorce. Old Nyo put his hands in his sleeves. This old Nyo didn't agree. Our marriage was on Xingyue Mountain, and the witness was our teacher. When we were in school, this old Nyo accidentally got her pregnant, and I can't deny it. My teacher is very protective. If this matter were to spread to my teacher, this old Nyo's foundation in Huiyun City wouldn't even be enough to slap him. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, my rule here is if you want something, you have to exchange it with something corresponding. With that, Boss Luo slowly opened the drawer of the desk and took out 2 small bottles. Nyo Dagwang looked at it in confusion. What is this? Boss Luo said, this is a special secret medicine. Give the red bottle to the person you want to change, and then give the blue bottle to another person. Then the person who takes the red medicine will become obedient to the person who takes the blue medicine. Really? Nyo Dagwang's eyes lit up. Don't lie to me. Do you believe that I won't let you walk out of Huiyun City alive? Let me tell you, this old Nyo is very powerful. Have you heard of Xingyue Mountain's little overlord? Boss Luo chuckled. You can take the medicine first. If it's effective, I'll collect the reward. Old Nyo rolled his eyes. Then this old Nyo won't be polite. However, this is only a trial. Boss Luo said indifferently, the medicine can only last for about 2 hours. Of course, there are also permanent sets. Take the trial as a thank you gift for giving me 2 copies of Huiyun High School's admission letter. Let me try it first. Nyo Dagwang said directly. This was related to his principle of doing business. It was a bastard who didn't take advantage of others. When he was studying in demonic Moon Mountain, this old Nyo had already deeply grasped the method of saving money by giving free trials and small gifts. After a semester, he could save a lot of expenses and go to the daughter city, club twice more. Besides, if this thing was really effective, it wouldn't be a problem to buy it in the long term. Boss Luo said, Mr. Nyo, please remember that there is a time limit for taking both. It can't be more than 3 minutes, otherwise it will lose its effect. Nyo Dagwang nodded solemnly. Then he sneakily looked around and lowered his voice. Dr. Luo, actually old Nyo has one more thing that I need your help with. What is it? Nyo Dagwang got closer and said, that is, do you have any miraculous medicine that can make people regain their masculinity? I've been a little weak recently. Boss Luo blinked and said, Mr. Nyo, you should be considered extraordinary among the monsters. Since he had already said it, there was no point in saying thanks again, so Nyo Dagwang sighed and said tirelessly, that day, I was doing something important in the office. That woman, Tyrosa, suddenly rushed in. Without saying anything, she kicked me in the groin. My skin is thick, so this kind of injury naturally wouldn't hurt me. But since that time, Nyo Dagwang sighed, I've secretly seen many doctors. Those quacks actually said that it was because of the psychological trauma that old Nyo suffered. Oh, old Nyo, I'm the bravest, okay? That year in Slanting Moon Mountain, so many people were afraid of Tai Luosha, but I got her pregnant. Don't you think I'm very brave? Nyo Dagwang looked at Boss Luo expectantly. as if this was the main purpose of his trip. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I can also make this kind of medicine, but I didn't prepare it today. Mr. Niu, why don't you try the red and blue medicine first? Old Cow nodded, slightly disappointedly. That's right. Something that can be casually taken out might not be very precious. I've tried all kinds of tonics, but I keep feeling that I'm missing something. Old Cow nodded slightly in disappointment. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was the voice of Miss Maid outside. She said that dinner was ready. Boss Luo very politely invited Niu Daguang to stay. But old Niu seemed to be in a hurry to test the effects of the red and blue medicine. Under the protection of Black Star, he hurriedly hid in the car that had almost exploded with its defense. Dr. Luo, I'll come again next time. Outside the shop, Nan Xiaonan watched the flying car fleet leave while sweeping the floor. After Niu Daguang's car took off, dozens of cars suddenly appeared nearby, and there were also 3 huge airships. It's enough to fight a surprise attack. This guy is really afraid of death. Lady Nan couldn't help but shake her head, and then she asked curiously, Boss, what did Niu Daguang buy? Boss Luo smiled casually and said he didn't buy anything. Nothing? Nan Xiaonan said in disbelief. You talked for a long time. The boss did it himself, but he didn't sell it. This was not scientific. Could it be that the boss's passive only worked on beautiful girls? As long as it was a beautiful girl, it would work. Boss Luo smiled casually and said, a businessman always thinks about many things. Also, in Niu Daguang's eyes, this is just a private clinic. Clinic? Nan Xiaonan was stunned, and she subconsciously looked up at the shop. She didn't know when, but this place really changed into a private clinic. Boss, are you going to continue playing the doctor and nurse game with the servant girl? Why are you so excited? Lady Nan, remember to wipe the place you just wiped. You can't be careless. The servant girl turned sideways, smiling. Okay. Amidst the chaotic and confusing music, the tall girl wasn't surprised when Red Boy called the leather-jacketed monkey uncle. Azure Blue was a world where humans, demons, monsters, and ghosts lived together. Red Boy was a pure-blood monster. Of course, the tall girl was a pure human. 18 generations of her ancestors were all pure human beings. Ba Dan, you play here first. I have something to say to Uncle. At this time, Red Boy directly pulled the black leather jacket monkey and walked out. Go, just remember to reimburse tonight's expenses. The tall girl waved her hand to see them off. Of course, this was just a joke. However, she was indeed exempted from the bill for the rest of her life, because this black leather jacket monkey was the boss of this Elysium bar, Sunming, who was known as Prince of Fighting Saint. Uncle, where have you been all this time? I've come to you several times. She was like a naive girl at this time, entangling with Sun Ming and affectionately pulling the monkey's hand. I went out to do something, Sun Ming said casually. The two were sitting on the upper floor of the bar, looking at the light box of the Elysium Bar signboard, looking at the 5 lights and 10 colors of Huiyun City. Are you done? Red Boy asked curiously. Half done. Sun Ming smiled casually, but suddenly turned over Red Boy's palm. You haven't stopped practicing bow and arrow. Red Boy shrugged and said, there are so many weapons. Only bow and arrow are the most suitable. If I don't practice this, what else can I practice? Sun Ming said indifferently, there are many ways of archery. You are just stubborn and plunged into this evil bow. I told you that the 9 arrows are the stuff of the ancient god Hou-Yi. It's not something you can master. If you mess around like this, you will sooner or later suffer a backlash. Red Boy rubbed her palms and said with a smile, It's okay, I can master it myself. Sun Ming shook his head, but directly grabbed Red Boy's hands. Suddenly, a cool feeling began to spread in Red Boy's palm. The cold feeling made her feel so comfortable that she wanted to moan. Sun Ming said, This is just a temporary solution. You are born with the fire spirit physique, and you have practiced this overbearing archery. Sooner or later, you will suffer a backlash. Let's not talk about this. Red Boy waved her hand impatiently, blinked, and said, Uncle, when are you going to marry my mother? And I will call you father in the future. Sun Ming laughed involuntarily and said, Your old cow can chase me to the southern heavenly gate. What kind of rebellious thoughts are you having? Red Boy sneered and said, Don't think I don't know. When you used to look at the stars with my mother, you even called her little sweetie. My mother has always remembered your kindness for so many years. When she scolded the old cow, she always used you as a comparison. Sun Ming said indifferently, You still don't understand adult matters. Your mother and I, it's really not what you think. Your father is the ancestor of the Taurans. He looked up at the bright moon above Huiyun City and was in a daze. The bright moon seemed to be dyed crimson by the unique brilliance of Huiyun City. At this time, Red Boy lowered her head and leaned over, asking softly, Who is that woman? But before Sun Ming could answer, Red Boy pretended to yell, Kid, don't be so nosy. Sun Ming rolled his eyes in annoyance. Red Boy giggled. How is it? My acting is very good, right? Who asked you to say the same sentence every time? Meddlesome. Sun Ming directly lifted Red Boy up and threw her down from the light box. It's 10 o'clock. Go home and sleep. Red Boy didn't listen. After turning over and landing steadily, she walked directly to the door of the bar. Sun Ming said indifferently at this time, If you are not obedient, I will forbid you to step into this place in the future. Red Boy froze at the door and subconsciously looked up. Under the moonlight, the monkey in a black leather jacket had a frosty face, aloof and independent, almost ruthless. She shuddered inexplicably. After muttering, she turned her head and summoned the reverse 5 elements and flew away. In the huge mansion, like a pavilion in the air, in the huge martial arts field, a blazing aura was flowing. The girl was lying on the floor, drenched. Around her were strong bows that had been broken. The girl's hands had long been burned into a bloody mess. She just lay there silently. After a long time, it was already past the time for underage girls to sleep. Red Boy suddenly sat up and frowned. From the beginning, she felt the same feeling coming from the training suit. She subconsciously dug into the training suit. After a while, she took out an ordinary small box from her clothes. Red Boy looked at the thing in her palm in disbelief. She should have thrown it away when she was in the Elysium bar. Why is it back again? Her rebellious nature flared up. She grabbed the box and was about to throw it away. But this time, she stopped halfway through throwing it. Red Boy pondered for a while. Finally, she tentatively opened the box, took out some frost-like cream from it, and slowly wiped it on her palm. It actually doesn't hurt. End of this chapter. Chapter 2366. The Flat Sky building had 99 floors, and Niu Dagwang's private office was on the 99th floor. Not only was it his office, but it was also Niu Dagwang's resting area. Most of the time, it could be used as a living area. After leaving Dr. Luo's place, Niu Dagwang didn't go home. Instead, he returned to the Flat Sky building. It seemed that Niu Dagwang could only feel at ease on the 99th floor, which was built like an iron wall. He didn't hold Black Star's arm anymore. Instead, he walked on the carpet in a relaxed manner. At this moment, Black Star slowly followed behind Niu Dagwang. Suddenly, he said, You seem to trust that doctor a lot. Niu Dagwang said, Don't you think that doctor has a strange power that can make people trust him? Black Star said indifferently, I didn't detect any fluctuation of demonic or immortal power. According to the current data, he is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Niu Dagwang smiled and said, If he were an ordinary person, would he be so calm in front of me? Does he really think that I, Niu Dagwang, am a coward? Suddenly a loud noise sounded. Niu Dagwang's face turned pale. He immediately squatted down with his hands on his head. What happened? Did my wife call me again? Black Star's cold eyes looked out of the window. After looking around for a while, he said indifferently, "It's just a balloon with a human face that burst outside. It's not an attack." Balloon? Niu Dagwang was stunned. He carefully walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and slowly stretched his head out. "Oh my God, what is that?" He was instantly shocked. He directly climbed onto Black Star's back and hugged Black Star's head tightly. "I told you, it's a balloon with a human face," Black Star said without moving. In the southeast of the Flat Sky building, there was a green urban forest park. At this moment in the dark night, huge human faces were slowly floating up. The human heads floating out of the dark forest looked like huge ghost faces. What the F asterisk CK? Which B asterisk star did this? I will kill him. Old Niu, am very fierce. Most importantly, these giant balloon-like heads were still in his old ox form. "Have you forgotten?" Black Star said expressionlessly. "The little forest hotel's groundbreaking ceremony is in a few days. You said that the venue has to be special. You were the one who signed the proposal." "That's quite creative." Niu Dagwang slowly climbed down from Black Star's back, then shrank back into his own chair. He suddenly took out a bottle containing 2 small pills. After a moment of silence, he pressed a button on the table and ordered, "2 people, come." "Yes, Chairman." A sweet voice instantly responded to Niu Dagwang's request. Niu Dazwang nodded and looked at Black Star. After thinking for a while, he said, "There's nothing for you to do for now. Go and rest, Black Star." Black Star nodded respectfully and walked straight to the wall at the side. The moment Black Star walked to the wall slowly opened. In the opening of the wall, there was a groove that was similar to Black Star's body. Black Star's entire body was directly embedded into the groove, and a large number of tubes began to pierce into Black Star's body. Charging mode. Standby mode. The wall returned to its original state, without leaving a single trace. At the same time, the elevator door on the 99th floor slowly opened, and 2 hot women walked out slowly. They smiled and walked in front of Niu Dagwang. "Both of you, eat these 2 pills." Niu Dagwang directly pushed the 2 small bottles and said calmly, "We'll play this tonight." The 2 sexy women blinked and hesitated. They smiled and picked up the red and blue pills respectively and swallowed them directly. This was not the first time. Niu Dagwang would often let them take some special drugs to liven things up. This was probably a new, good stuff that he had bought from God knows where. At this time, Niu Dagwang looked at the 2 women who swallowed the red and blue pills with a hint of expectation. "How is it? Do you feel anything?" "Chairman, I'm so hot." One of the women directly climbed under the table. "Chairman, are you hot? I'll help you to cool down the fire with physical means, okay?" "Oh, okay." Niu Dagwang hummed, then suddenly shivered and jumped up. "I'm not asking if you feel this way. Every time it's like this. Can't you be more considerate? Old Niu, have worked hard every day for you, and now I've lost so much. I'm asking you, do you feel anything else?" The woman under the table blinked her eyes in confusion, not knowing what to do. But at this time, the other sexy woman gave off a different feeling. Old Niu seemed to feel something. After thinking for a while, he ordered the woman under the table, "You, go over there and ask her to lick your feet." The woman under the table blinked and nodded. "Chairman, are we playing this tonight?" "I understand. You should have said so earlier." Oh my God, the drug worked. In the huge martial arts field, Red Child looked at her palms in surprise. She hadn't felt her hands so relaxed for a long time. Waves of coolness seeped into her heart. Even the fire that couldn't be suppressed after practicing the 9 arrows technique seemed to have calmed down a lot. Before coming back, Sun Ming helped her to suppress this overbearing fire. but Sun Ming probably underestimated the overbearing fire in her body. After a while, her palms began to burn again. It actually lasts longer than Uncle Suppression. How long can this last? She lowered her head and muttered. At the same time, the appearance of the school doctor that she had seen before subconsciously appeared in her mind. Red Child found that she couldn't remember the appearance of the new school doctor. Didn't she notice him at that time? Tomorrow. Let's go again. After all, she had thrown away the ointment several times, but it still appeared again. This was very strange. Anyway, it was either a demon or an immortal spell. The new school doctor wasn't that simple. Flat Sky Building, 99th floor. The two female secretaries were twisting into a ball on the ground. Neo Dagwang looked at their performance thoughtfully. It really works, no matter what the person who had taken the blue pill said to the person who had taken the red pill. The person who had taken the red pill would obey. That docile appearance was exactly what Neo Dagwang had been longing for. As long as Iron Rakshasa took the pill, Mr. Luo is really a miracle-working doctor. Neo Dagwang suddenly jumped up with excitement. He almost wanted to ask the bodyguard group to go directly to Dr. Luo's clinic. Wait, don't rush. Old Neo quickly suppressed the impulse in his heart. Don't let him ask for too high a price. Let's keep him in suspense first. Anyway, it won't make a difference. Neo Dagwang chuckled, then slowly walked towards the two secretaries, who were gradually immersed in their roles. I, the brave Neo Dagwang, am going to have a kidney transplant. Bang! The huge noise appeared again, and Neo Dagwang instantly shrank into a ball again. He crawled under the office table with a face full of horror and hurriedly pressed a button. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the 99th floor and the heavy metal gates fell down one after another. Neo Dagwang's scream sounded at the same time. Black Star! Protect me! Tomorrow! No! Go and release those damn balloons for me now! Bang! Even though the metal gates fell down, the huge explosion sounded again at this time. It was as if another balloon had exploded. Is there an end to this? The numerous balloons in the forest park slowly dissipated and descended. At this time, on the balcony of a high-class villa far away, a beautiful woman in a white nightgown sneered and slowly put down the sniper rifle in her hand. Humph! Only scared a few times. Feels good. The beautiful woman slowly stretched and walked back to the room. This was not a bedroom, but a study. On the table, there were thick and heavy documents. As the chief executive of Flaming Cloud City, the things that she needed to deal with every day were simply impossible to finish. At this time, an old woman who looked like a nanny knocked on the door and entered. The beautiful woman raised her head and said, "What did you find?" "Miss, we didn't find anything." The old woman shook her head. Today, the person that the young master suddenly left the Flat Sky building to meet, even after using all of our intelligence network, there was still no result. How is that possible? The beautiful woman frowned in surprise. The intelligence network that the old woman mentioned was not as simple as the relationships in Flaming Cloud City. She stood up, walked with her hands behind her back, and said in a deep voice, with Dagwang's personality, he basically won't leave the Flat Sky building unless it's a big matter, but he still came out. This person must be very important to Dagwang. I don't care how many resources I have to use. You must find out the origin of this person. I understand, Mississippi, the old woman nodded. When necessary, I will contact the Diting organization. Okay. The beautiful woman nodded and then said, By the way, have you found that vixen? The old lady said helplessly, Jade Face might have already left Fire Cloud City for the time being. However, our people discovered that she seems to be secretly in contact with a mysterious organization. Miss, I'll compile a copy of the information regarding this organization for you later. As soon as possible. The beautiful woman snorted and said, If we don't keep a close eye on that vixen, I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause. Well, that's it. If there's nothing else, I'll continue to work. The old woman didn't leave immediately. Instead, after hesitating for a while, she lowered her head and whispered, "Miss Red Boy went to the Elysium world tonight. She saw Sun Ming." "Sun Ming is back?" The beautiful woman couldn't help but frown. "At this time? Do you want me to warn him?" the old woman said seriously. "What are you going to do?" The beautiful woman snorted and said, "Let someone beat him up to make me lose face? It's not like you don't know the origin of that damn monkey. If there's nothing, don't provoke him." "But Miss Red Boy, she's my child," the beautiful woman said indifferently. "Even if I have to discipline her, I'll discipline her myself. You can leave now." The old woman responded and left slowly. The beautiful woman stood alone for a moment and then sat back at the desk again, looking at the documents in her hand. It was just that she couldn't seem to calm down, so she simply flipped open the photo frame on the table and buried her head in work again. In the morning, Lady Nan bit a piece of bread with strawberry jam in a hurry and was about to go out with a handbag. "I'm going to work." To be honest, Nan Xiaonan had forgotten how many years she hadn't officially worked, and it was a painful teaching job. She actually planned to get up after 5 minutes of sleep. Then, she time-traveled to 2 hours later. "I'm also a powerful person who can control the flow of time." "Be careful on the way." The shop. Well, outside the clinic, Miss Maid was leisurely sweeping the floor in front of the door. "Okay, ye miss." "Wait." She quickly ran back and blinked her eyes. Looking at Miss Maid, who was more like a wife every day, she was stunned. "Don't you and the boss need to go to school to work?" Miss Maid chuckled. "The school doctor's office opens at 9 o'clock in the morning, so don't worry." Nan Xiaonan scratched her head. "Is it like this?" "This is the entry condition of the master." Miss Maid smiled slightly. "Recently, the master has been sleeping late at night, so the time to get up will be slightly later." "Could it be that he's been sharpening his sword every night?" Nan Xiaonan knew. Understood, and was going to get out. She was really going to be late. After cleaning the door, Miss Maid returned to the shop. She came to the study and carefully prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Then she stood there quietly. After a while, an old black notebook on the desk slowly opened. Book of Gaia. With the pages of Book of Gaia, a stream of light was projected, and Boss Luo's figure slowly appeared. In the past night, Boss Luo actually spent all his time in Book of Gaia. This time, there was no Nin Xiaonan or Metatro in the Book of Gaia. There were no other random candidates. He was the only one who was silently experiencing the different pages of the world. On the last unfinished page of the book, time still stopped. It stopped at the moment when he left. Boss Luo didn't intend to start the time of the unfinished page again at this time. He planned to walk through all the pages again. Taking a little time every day to experience it would be enough for him to walk for a long time. Breakfast. Miss Maid smiled and said immediately. Boss Luo directly walked down and chuckled. "I found a good place. Accompany me tonight, the scenery is good." "Okay." She walked to Boss Luo, put away Book of Gaia, and then stuffed it into the bookshelf at the side. End of this chapter. Chapter 2367. A new teacher wearing a business suit was running on the road with a piece of bread in her mouth. The only difference between her and a female high school student was her JK. There was no falling flat ground, no bread falling to the ground, and no chance encounter with Mr. Right. At the last moment, she rushed into the school gate and seemed to have knocked someone to the ground. There was no falling flat ground, but a piece of bread fell to the ground and stuck to the face of the person who was knocked down. "You're my F** king, Mr. Right?" You're from yesterday." He was called Teacher Xiao Hu. It was said to be a nickname. His real name was Li Jianren, a graduate of Fire Cloud High School more than 10 years ago. Because of employment difficulties and personal standards, he could only stay at Fire Cloud High School to teach. Currently, he was a sparring teacher for the actual combat class. That's right, he was the one Nan Xiaonan met yesterday. He was the one who was bullied by students and hung on the school gate. In the end, he accompanied Nan Xiaonan to be bombed. So it was Wang Baiwan who spent a lot of money to treat you? Nan Xiaonan looked at teacher Xiaohu. She thought that Wang Baiwan was willing to spend a lot of money to save people, probably because his granddaughter, Wang Badan, was the one who buried the fire crystal bomb. I'm sorry for implicating you on the first day. Teacher Xiaohu sighed and cleaned the strawberry jam on his face bit by bit. It was also Principal Wang who treated you, right? More or less. Nan Xiaonan casually replied. By the way, why did those students treat you like that? Teacher Xiaohu sighed. Maybe it's because I look easy to bully. Since I was young, I was always unlucky because of my appearance. Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes. How should she put it? Li Jianren's facial features were actually very good-looking. His eyes, nose, mouth, and even cheeks were all very good-looking individually. But why? Why did she have a feeling of wanting to laugh at him after piecing them together? You were laughing, right? Nan Xiaonan expressionlessly shook her head. No, I'm not the kind of person who judges a book by its cover. These students are too much. Teacher Xiaohu, could it be that the school won't do anything about it? How? Teacher Xiaohu sighed and said, most students follow the rules. Students who don't follow the rules are either from powerful families or they don't care about the school's punishment. If a student does something wrong, they can use the excuse that he is just a child. But if a teacher does something wrong, will anyone forgive him? Nan Xiaonan rubbed her bangs and said, if that's the case, have you ever thought about giving up this job and looking for a better one? Teacher Xiaohu shook his head and bitterly smiled. It's hard to explain the employment rate of a sparring teacher like me. In any case, once the difficult students graduate, everything will be fine. The school won't really kill anyone and will always save them. You just have to get used to it. Nan Xiaonan blinked and said coldly, Teacher Xiaohu, do you want to change your current situation? Teacher Xiaohu asked curiously, how? Nan Xiaonan said, for example, the loser teacher counterattacked and taught the bad students a lesson, then gained the admiration of the female students, and finally defeated the evil Wang Baiwan, reaching the pinnacle of life. Isn't this more hot-blooded than Xiaohu? Teacher Xiaohu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Everything was possible in dreams. The bell for class suddenly rang, and he returned to reality. His eyes met with Nan Xiaonan. What? It seems like class is about to start? Yes, let's start class. Teacher Xiaohu sighed and turned around. He hesitantly raised his head to look at the school building before taking a deep breath and walking over. Nan Xiaonan called out to him again. Teacher Xiaohu, if you are willing, you can look for me. Maybe I can help you. Class started. When she walked into Year 2 Class A, Nan Xiaonan was dumbfounded. It was true that she wanted to impart biological knowledge to the students of Grade 2 Class A, because Yun High School's biology grades had always been self-taught by the students. They definitely had to cram for it. It was also true that the task assigned to them was very heavy. However, why is every class from morning to afternoon a biology lesson? It's not today. It's the same arrangement for the next 2 weeks. The person who answered her was Teacher Qing, who, Teacher Xiaohu, don't worry. For this, the other teachers will make way for you. That beautiful fox demon who had a plan to go to Green Hill City to find his roots during the summer vacation. What if my grades fall behind instead? Nan Xiaonan could only struggle for a moment. It won't fall behind. Teacher Qing, who shook his head and said, the students of Year 2 Class A are all very outstanding. They have already learned the knowledge of other high school courses. It doesn't matter if there is a teacher or not. You can rest assured. This is the gifted class specially created by Huiyun High School. Oh. Nan Xiaonan nodded subconsciously. There seemed to be something wrong. She seemed to be a little confused at this time, and her eyes were a little misty. She only felt that Teacher Qing, whose eyes seemed to be much better. Go to class. Teacher Ching, whose voice became softer and softer, like a spring breeze. Nan Xiaonan nodded blankly. Under Teacher Ching, whose gaze, she slowly walked to the classroom of Year 2 Class A. But the moment she turned around, her eyes had returned to clarity. TSK, I was fascinated by such a pair of enchanting eyes. I can even resist the boss's electric eyes, okay? In front of the door of Year 2 Class A, Nan Xiaonan slightly tidied up her collar and pushed the door in with a bright smile. Students, good morning. Countless pairs of eyes that were filled with curiosity fell on her body. That kind of thirst for knowledge made Nan Xiaonan unable to help but be moved. She had spent the whole night reading the biology, teaching materials of this world. It was similar to the high school biology course of the number 003 subworld. But a large part of the knowledge of the monster species was integrated into it. This was the development of the civilization of this world. Of course, it was impossible to finish reading it in one night. She was not like the boss who could cheat himself. Therefore, Nan Xiaonan decided to teach herself the familiar biology of human beings and the biology of monsters. Then she would find time to cram in. At least, she could fool the students. But according to the teaching task that Gao Yungao gave her, she was afraid that she would have to squeeze out some time. Students, Nan Xiaonan cleared her throat and said, because you haven't formally attended the biology class, I don't know where you are in the class. So for this class, I will start from the first class. I heard that you are in the gifted class, so I believe you should be able to keep up with my speed. If you don't understand something, you can ask me after class. Hey, today is biology class. Teacher, don't bother. A female student suddenly stood up at this time. We can recite these textbooks from the last word on the last page. You seem to be the class monitor? Nan Xiaonan nodded and said earnestly, rote memorization is not enough. The most important thing is to understand. For example, everyone understands a principle, but why can't many people do it? Another male student stood up at this time. Yes, teacher, we all understand the principle. So next we have to trouble Teacher Nan. With this, the male student picked up a box from under the table and put it on the desk. The box should be heavy because it made a bang. Am I a teacher? My job is to teach you well. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help blinking. What's this? For this biology class, I have prepared this for a long time. The male student was a little excited at this time. Finally, it can be used. Students, this is our biology class. It's coming, it's coming. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. At this time, the students of Class A carried similar big boxes and put them on the desk in an imposing manner. Nan Xiaonan was shocked, looking at this group of students stupidly. At this time, the students opened the big boxes one after another. Scalpels, pliers, hammers, saw blades. What are you doing? Come on, Teacher Nan. At this moment, the female monitor walked over slowly with a small chainsaw in her hand. Mr. Yun Zhongzi once said in his autobiography that practice is the only standard to test the truth. If we want to test whether what we've learned from books is correct, please let us test it, teacher. In addition to the 12 standard meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians, there are many unknown meridians in the human body. I must count them today. You can count the bones. I want to do a research on whether there are golden wheels in human muscles. Don't rob me. Uterus. Uterus is mine. I want to explore the mystery of the birth of life. You, don't come over. She shuddered and retreated 2 steps, her body sticking to the blackboard. The students had already rushed to the front of the podium. Nan Xiaonan hugged her head and slowly squatted down, shivering. Above her head were all kinds of tools that were glowing with ominous light. At this moment, the door and windows of Grade 2 Class A's classroom were also slowly being closed by the metal gates. In the other corner of the teaching building, there was a noisy and messy little old man with glasses who was giving a lecture mechanically, minding his own business. Has it already started? Red Boy withdrew her gaze from Class A and sneered. I don't know if they can survive half a day. Those lunatics, I can't do anything about them. Although the classroom was in a mess, only Red Boy and several seats around her were like a quiet little world. No one would take the initiative to offend the real princess of Huiyun City. Whether it was Old Ox or Tai Luosha, any one of them could directly suppress the existence of all the families behind everyone here. At this time, Red Boy suddenly looked down at her palm. When she got up in the morning, she forgot to apply the burn ointment on her palm again. When she woke up, the effect of the burn ointment had disappeared a lot. Her palm regained the pain again, but after applying it again, the pain disappeared again. The duration of applying the ointment was about 6 to 8 hours. This had exceeded the effect of all the painkillers Red Boy had ever used before. None of the painkillers she had used before could last more than 2 hours. She suddenly stood up. The whole classroom suddenly became very quiet. The little old man also stopped his lecture and looked at Red Boy, who suddenly stood up in horror. "Don't worry about me. I'll go out to get some fresh air." "You can continue," Red Boy said indifferently. But after knowing that she had left the classroom, everyone was still quiet for more than 10 seconds before returning to the previous smoky atmosphere. Or it got worse. The little old man even put a helmet on his head at this time. "Red Boy is coming." From afar, Red Boy heard someone scream. She couldn't help but frown. From afar, she saw more than 10 students squatting in front of the school doctor's office. At this time, it was a mess. When she arrived, they were already gone. She was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating. According to her character, she would probably push the door and go in directly. But today, she had a certain amount of patience instead. She knocked on the door, 1 light, 2 heavy knocks. Then she took a step back and waited. No one. Almost a minute had passed, but there was no response. This made Red Boy lose her patience. She kicked the door of the school doctor's office open and went straight in. But there was really no one in the school doctor's office at this time. Red Boy walked to the table. The tidy table looked very comfortable at first glance. In the whole school doctor's office, there was not even a little smell of medicine, alcohol, disinfectant, and the like. There was even a faint fragrance. The fragrance was very special. It seemed to be the fragrance of the female nurse yesterday. The position of the floor that should have been corroded with a few small holes had been restored at this time. Red Boy slightly withdrew her gaze from the floor, and the confusion in her eyes grew stronger. 8:15, 8:30, 8:45. She began to shake her legs more and more frequently. In the end, Red Boy snorted coldly and directly opened the school doctor's work log. She turned to the latest page, took a pen, and scribbled something. Then she walked away. 9:00 sharp. The small door of the pharmacy warehouse in the school doctor's office opened slowly. Boss Luo and Miss Maid walked out one after another. Different from Nan Xiaonan, who had to rush to work, Boss Luo used the critical door. Boss Luo was able to reach the place of work as soon as he opened the door. It could achieve 0 distance between work and improve the efficiency of work and the use of time. Boss Luo took this job very seriously. It seems that someone has been here. Miss Maid looked at the broken lock of the school doctor's office. There were even 2 footprints in front and behind the door. It seemed that the door had been burned by fire. Not only that, the whole school doctor's office was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. Boss Luo chuckled and picked up the work log on the table. On the latest page, there was a big turtle and a cartoonish ghost face with its tongue sticking out. "What's written?" Miss Maid asked curiously. Boss Luo raised the work log and said casually, "Probably I've been waiting for a long time. Bastard, something like that." "It seems that the burn ointment works well." Miss Maid chuckled. At this time, "Is anyone here?" At this time, Nan Xiaonan cautiously pushed open the door and entered. She even supported a female student whose whole body was covered in blood. Her arm was also broken and naturally hanging down. She walked in. Nan Xiaonan said seriously, "Mr. School Doctor, please help me check this student. She was beaten up by me. Besides, there's a row of people waiting outside." In the corridor of the school doctor's office, the students of Class A of Grade 2 were all here, lying down. What happened? Teacher Ching, who looked at the door of Class A of Grade 2 in shock. There was a terrible big hole in the door. Blood splashed on the wall inside, like a slaughterhouse, but there was no one inside. End of this chapter. Chapter 2368. This was an extremely evil event that happened in the history of Huiyun High School. More than 30 students were on the verge of death. 5 were seriously injured, and 3 were severely mentally damaged. They could only keep repeating, "A normal person has 206 bones. A normal person has 206 bones. I need an explanation." In the principal's office, Wang Baiwan and his son were mixed doubles. The rich owner was punching the table more than 10 times. "I'm in class." Opposite them, Nan Xiaonan was waiting with her legs crossed. The infinite scenery in her dress was well covered in a dark shadow. "You almost killed all the students in the class." The rich director's voice was trembling. His face was pale. Half of it was because of anger, and the other half was because of fear. Is there anyone who teaches like this? Students could be seriously injured on the foreign battlefield, but they absolutely couldn't be beaten by teachers on campus. Huiyun High School, which already had a bad reputation, would probably take a big step on the road of Blue Top 100 to Blue Top 10. "This is a practical class." Lady Nan shrugged and said, "Obviously, the effect of this class is very good. Not only did it grasp the classroom discipline, but it also consolidated the knowledge of the students. As a biology teacher, I practice what I preach and let the students remember how many bones they have. It even reached the level of conditioned reflex. I feel that this is a successful teaching. And principal, director, I think I can apply for Huiyun High School's 10 Excellence Teacher this year." "You her." The rich director opened his mouth. "Director, you said vulgar words." Lady Nan's eyes instantly condensed. "Director!" I didn't." The rich director punched the table again. "Presumptuous!" At this moment, Wang Baiwan knocked the table slightly harder. "Enough. Do you think I'm not annoying enough? Teacher Xiaonan, you go out first. I think it's not suitable for you to continue the class today. Just stay in the office. As for your punishment, the school will send a notice later. You can go back and wait for the notice." "Just like that?" The rich director looked at Wang Baiwan puzzledly. "Otherwise." Wang Jufu rubbed his forehead and said, "Punish her? Did you forget where she got the recommendation letter from? Niu Daguang is Fire Cloud Heights' biggest shareholder. This matter is difficult to handle." Wang Jufu sighed. "We spent a lot of effort to create the second-year Class A, and the purpose was to increase the cutoff score of Huiyun High School. This is great, although the physical injury can be cured. What about the psychological trauma? There were still several competitions that required Year 2 Class A to participate in. If they couldn't get a place in these competitions, they would have to wait to become the real top 10 Blue Academy at the end of this year's university selection. You might become the first headmaster of the 10 greats in the history of Flame Cloud High School." Wang Baiwan pondered for a while with a gloomy face. "How are the injuries of the second-year Class A students?" Wang Jufu said, "I got Qing who to go to the school doctor's office to take a look. He just sent me a message saying that the students' injuries are basically stabilized and they are all awake. The new school doctor's medical skills are surprisingly good." Wang Baiwan was stunned. "Don't we need to contact the hospital?" Wang Jufu said, looking at Qing Hu's meaning, "It seems that there is no need. The school doctor's office can solve it." Wang Baiwan sighed and said, "For this matter, you should talk to the second-year Class A students one by one. Tell them that it's best not to spread it, and don't tell their families. Although these poor students have no power at home, They will cause trouble when there are more of them. Once they cause trouble, Huiyun City's authorities will pay attention to them. At this moment, the relationship between Niu Daguang and Tai Luosha is like fire and water. Maybe Tai Luosha will have something on him. If she personally goes to tear Niu Daguang apart, the ones who will take the blame in the end can only be you and me. Wang Jufu nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will let Qing Hu do it. Soon, they will forget what happened today." "Remember, nothing happened today," Wang Baiwan said sternly. Wang Jufu said goodbye and planned to get busy. Before going out, he suddenly frowned and said, "Dad, when you went out in the morning, did you see Ba Dan?" Wang Baiwan frowned. "Didn't you see her?" Wang Jufu said, "The teacher in her class said that she wasn't there during the roll call in the morning." "I didn't see her either." Wang Baiwan shook his head. "This girl, ever since she got together with Red Boy, I will go and communicate with the second-year Class A students first." Wang Jufu shook his head and left the principal's office with a worried expression. Inside the school doctor's office, in the end, there was only one student left with a broken hand and foot. He kept muttering, "A normal human has a total of 206 bones." Dr. Luo's technology was very good. These technologies were all downloaded with real money and used a high-speed download channel. They could be used after downloading, just like an old doctor who had been in the industry for decades. Fractures were easy to deal with, but mental disorders were a bit troublesome. A total of 206 bones. Do you know that a newborn baby can have more than 300 bones? A normal human has a total of 206 bones. No, why is it more than 300 bones? The student with a broken hand and foot on the hospital bed couldn't help but stare blankly. Then the sharp pain of the bones connecting made him directly scream, like a pig being slaughtered. The pain made his face pale, but after the pain he hurriedly asked, "Why is it more than 300 bones?" Dr. Luo smiled slightly and said, "This is because the newborn skeleton contains a mixture of many bones and cartilage. These cartilage mixtures will fuse over time to form larger bones. By adulthood, the total number of bones will be reduced to 206 bones." "Is that so?" The student with a broken hand showed a thoughtful expression. At this time, Dr. Luo once again connected the other broken arm of the student, and another scream sounded. At this moment, the curtain outside the bed opened. Teacher Qing, who walked in and smiled, "I don't know how many bones a normal newborn monster has." Dr. Luo said casually, "There are many types of monsters, so there is no unified general theory. However, if you want to know how many bones you have, I can provide you with equipment here." "It sounds scary." Teacher Qing, who blinked and immediately chuckled, "How are the students?" "The basic treatment is over." Dr. Luo said, "They should be fine after resting for a day or two." Teacher Qing, who sighed, "What amazing medical skills. I have basically seen their injuries. Even if they were sent to Fire Cloud First General Hospital, they probably wouldn't be treated as well and quickly as you. From the looks of it, we have picked up a treasure." Dr. Luo smiled but didn't say anything. Teacher Qing, who suddenly said with a faint smile, "I heard that in order to reduce the casualty rate of the battle teams in the extraterritorial battlefield, Songland's Ministry of Education has proposed that the battle teams of high schools can add a doctor on the battlefield to facilitate the timely treatment of the injured. Who knows, Dr. Luo, you might shine in the extraterritorial battlefield in the future. Speaking of which, don't tell me you just happened to join Fire Cloud High School because of this news?" "Thank you for telling me, Teacher Qing Hu." Dr. Luo smiled and said, "I think this information is very useful to me." Teacher Qing, who shrugged and then pointed at the student with a fracture on the bed and said, "Can I talk to him alone? It's mainly to understand what happened in class. Please forgive me for my work." "Go ahead." He took the medical tools and left the bed. He even considerately closed the curtains around Qing Hu. A strange look flashed across Qing Hu's eyes. Then he pulled the chair close to the bed and slowly sat down. After Ching, who appeared, the student with a fracture stopped screaming. He avoided Ching, whose gaze. When Ching, who sat down, he even shrunk his body and hugged the blanket tighter. Teacher Ching, who smiled and said, "It's fine. We are just casually chatting. What should we chat about?" The student with a fracture subconsciously bit his lips, and his body seemed to tremble a few times. A strange purple light gradually appeared in Ching, whose eyes. His voice sounded gently. "Do you still remember what 1000 minus 7 equals?" Basically, the students of grade 2 class A were able to get off the bed and walk around. The treatment took a total of 1 morning, because there would be an extraterritorial battle in the afternoon. A large number of injured people would come in after school. Therefore, the school clinic was quickly emptied. The students of grade 2 class A supported each other and left one after another under the guidance of Teacher Ching, who, it was said that they were going to hold an emergency class meeting. It was chaired by the head of the teaching office, Wang Jufu. Dr. Luo and Nurse Yu watched the group of students leave. Then they returned to the clinic. Nurse Yu said casually, "The students of this class are very obedient." Dr. Luo smiled faintly and said, "Teachers all like good children." "Where's the teacher?" Nurse Yu narrowed her eyes. At this moment, the sound of knocking came from the door. "Please come in." A face full of bruises carefully peeked in. Even without these bruises, it was still a face that was hard to describe. The person who came in was quite muscular. It was Teacher Xiao, whose full name was Li Jianren. "You are..." Hello. I'm Li Jianren, also a teacher of Hu Yun High School. Well, a sparring teacher. You can call me Teacher Xiao Hu. I've asked around. You are the new school doctor and nurse." Teacher Xiao Hu quickly entered the clinic, only to find that not only his face was bruised, but his clothes were also torn in many places. Some of them were even bleeding. "Oh, how did you get hurt?" Nurse Yu covered her mouth in surprise. "Come in, I'll clean your wounds." No need." Teacher Xiao Hu shook his head. "I've actually been here for quite some time, but I didn't dare to disturb you all when I saw that you were busy. Can you give me some disinfectant and gauze? I'll deal with the wound myself." Nurse Yu said, "If you don't deal with the wounds properly, it'll be easy to get infected." Teacher Xiao Hu said, "I think I'm quite skilled in dealing with wounds." "Well, please give me some disinfectant and gauze. I can't stay here for too long." Nurse Yu glanced at Dr. Luo subconsciously. Dr. Luo thought for a while and said, "Give them to him." Nurse Yu nodded and went in. Dr. Luo looked at Teacher Xiao Hu and asked casually, "How did you get hurt?" I accidentally fell down from the stairs." Teacher Xiao Hu lowered his head absent-mindedly and didn't know where to look. He was quite anxious and quite uneasy. Soon, Nurse Yu gave some necessities to Teacher Xiao Hu. After receiving them, he bowed his head and said thank you, then left in a hurry. He came in quietly, but left carefully. Dr. Luo. Boss Luo didn't say anything. He just smiled casually. "It's lunch break. Let's go back and eat." The door of the pharmacy was opened and closed. Boss Luo directly carried the servant girl, who was still wearing the nurse uniform, upstairs. Lunchtime. Bang! The door of the school doctor's office was kicked open again. Red Child wrinkled her nose. She smelled that peculiar fragrance again. There was no smell of disinfectant at all. Red Child looked around the school doctor's office with a pair of dead fish eyes. "Not here again." Bang! She kicked the door again after going out. Then she left. In a corner of Huiyun City, all kinds of pedestrians were gathered in front of an alley, pointing. Soon, several flying cars of the Huiyun City police station landed in the sky. There were already patrolling policemen at the scene, and 2 policemen were stationed at the entrance of the alley. At this time, on one of the flying cars of the Huiyun City police station, A middle-aged man with a big belly wearing a khaki windbreaker moved out of the car while pressing his hat on his head. Officer Ma. The two patrolling policemen quickly saluted Officer Ma. Officer Ma slightly nodded. He then lifted the cordon and walked into the depth of the alley with his colleagues. Before Officer Ma arrived, other staff members had already arrived. They were mainly responsible for the collection work. At this time, on the ground in the depths of the alley, something was covered with a white cloth. Officer Ma frowned and looked at the end of the alley, only to see blood splashing on the surrounding walls. There was also a series of bloody handprints on the ground, which were crawled out. Officer Ma lifted the white cloth covering the body. In front of him was the body of a young girl, who should have been quite beautiful when she was alive. However, the girl's mouth was full of blood, and her tongue had been cut off. Who is so cruel? Officer Ma frowned. However, the forensic officer who came to collect evidence said coldly, "Sir Ma, is this cruel? You can talk about it after you see the whole thing." Officer Ma was stunned. He frowned and lifted the whole piece of white cloth. Then he took a deep breath. The girl's body, the girl's hands and feet were cruelly cut off. Moreover, the murderer also swapped her hands and feet and sewed them back together, making the girl's body look like a freak at this moment. Pervert! Officer Ma took a deep breath and subconsciously covered the body with the cloth. "Have you found out the identity of the victim?" "We found a wallet beside the body." A policeman handed a silver wallet to Officer Ma. Officer Ma opened the wallet and looked at the name on the citizen's ID. Baton? Chapter 2369. How could this be? In the morgue, looking at the cold and strange corpse on the table, Wang Jufu instantly fell to the ground powerlessly. Wang Baiwan on the side also staggered. Silence. Although the identity of the deceased had been verified through the documents, the family still had to be notified. This was probably their most vulnerable and powerless time. Officer Ma sighed. He withdrew his gaze from the small window on the door, sighed, sat on the stool next to him, and silently lit a cigarette. The next thing he could do was to find the murderer as soon as possible, in addition to waiting for Wang Baiwan and his son to come out and say sorry. The weather in Huiyun City was not very good today. "This is a provocation to the law enforcement officers," Officer Ma said slowly. The subordinate on the side looked at Officer Ma in amazement. "Provocation?" Officer Ma seemed to be explaining, but also seemed to be talking to himself. The place where the body was found is the scene of the first murder. The murderer didn't even bother to clean up the traces. The deceased's wallet was casually thrown aside. The murderer didn't destroy the evidence, which means that the murderer really wants people to know about this matter. At this time, Wang Baiwan walked out with a gloomy face. This afternoon, he should have been hiding in the office, leisurely as usual, waiting for 3:30 p.m. to have a cup of tea and then get off work. Although the start of this morning was not very smooth, under the superb medical skills of the new school doctor, the students of Class A were fine. The dispatch Qing, who also dealt with the aftermath very well. Wang Baiwan never thought that he would receive such bad news. "Officer, do you want me to make a statement?" Wang Baiwan looked at Officer Ma at this time with a pale and expressionless face. "You can actually—" Officer Ma subconsciously opened his mouth, but he quickly understood the meaning of Wang Baiwan's eyesight. This was an angry and hateful gaze. "Principal Wang, we need your help." After investigating the identity of the deceased, Wang Badan, the identity of Wang Baiwan was also found to be the principal of Huiyun High School. The deceased this time was not an ordinary person. Principal Huiyun High School's influence was undoubtedly huge. Not to mention others, many people in the Huiyun City Police Headquarters were from Huiyun High School. Even the current bureau chief was a student of Huiyun High School. He was once a student of Wang Baiwan. Thinking about the pressure on his body, Officer Ma had a headache. "I will do my best to assist you," Wang Baiwan faintly said. "However, I hope that you will not disturb my son, Ju Fu, for the time being." Officer Ma nodded. Principal Wang, please follow me. In a small room, Officer Ma personally poured cup of tea. Principal Wang, the longer this matter drags on, the more clues will disappear. Let's get straight to the point. Officer Ma sat down. According to our preliminary understanding, before the incident happened, you had already noticed that the victim had disappeared, right? Wang Baiwan nodded and said, Now that I think about it, Ba Dan has indeed disappeared since the morning. Officer Ma frowned and said, Didn't you suspect it at the time? Wang Baiwan said, My granddaughter is relatively independent and has a certain ability to protect herself. Besides, Ba Dan quarreled with Ju Fu last night, so we thought it was an accident at the beginning. She just avoided us. Quarreled? Why did they quarrel? Because of something that happened at school. Wang Baiwan said indifferently, Officer Ma, this is our family matter. It has nothing to do with this case. You can ask something else. Officer Ma frowned again. He felt that the initiative was no longer in his hands. But the identity of the other party really made him helpless. Not to mention other things, at this moment, the police station's boss was in the next room, watching the entire scene of the recording. Principal Wang, did your granddaughter have any grudges with anyone? No, Ba Dan was a very well-behaved child. She had a good relationship with everyone. Officer Ma cursed in his heart. What kind of character was Huo Yun Gao? All the homeless people in Huo Yun City knew. As for the deeds of the deceased Wang Baiwan, there was no need for a special investigation. There was a lot of black material just by searching. The little devil of Huo Yun Gao. In just the past 2 months, there were 3 complaints against her. They were all violent incidents, but in the end, the complaints were withdrawn. It was outrageous that a student who would place a fire crystal bomb at the school gate and seriously injure a school teacher could still be well behaved. There was basically no useful information in this recording. Wang Baiwan seemed to be cooperative, but there was almost nothing that he could really provide. Wang Baiwan and his son quickly left the Huiyun police station. Officer Ma threw a useless recording on the table. He felt that he had wasted a few hours. Sir Ma, we found something. The subordinate hurriedly ran into his office at this time. We found the whereabouts of the deceased. Say it. There are witnesses who said that they saw the deceased last night. The subordinate put a document and a stack of photos in front of Officer Ma. He picked it up and glanced at it quickly. He couldn't help but frown. This is the reverse 5 elements. Yes, this was sent by the Ministry of Transportation. The illegal photos taken last night. This is going to be fun. Officer Ma couldn't help but rub his pancake-like wide face. What should I do? Invite her back? Sir Ma smiled bitterly. The word invite is used well. So, who can tell me how to invite the nominal and actual princess of Huayun City back? Sir Ma, we are handling a case normally. The subordinate said seriously, Even if she is really a princess, we should cooperate. Don't bow to the strong. Good guy. Sir Ma sighed as if he was comforted. Well, you go and invite the princess of Huayun back. Me by myself? Do you want me to go with you? Officer Ma blinked his eyes. She is just a female high school student. You are a man. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, with a loud noise, the door of Officer Ma's office was kicked open. At the same time, a girl with a gloomy face walked straight in. Behind the girl, a policewoman said helplessly, Officer Ma, I am sorry, we couldn't stop this lady. Red boy. Officer Ma straightened his back. He didn't talk about kicking the door because it was bound to involve the problem of family education. Generally speaking, without family education, parents had to be the scapegoat. How could he say it? Officer Ma's authority was given by his superior, and his superior's authority was given by Tai Luosha. Officer Ma's salary was paid by the government of Huiyun City. Most of the money of the government was paid by Niu Daguang. How could he deal with this? Miss Red Child, thank you for your cooperation this time. Officer Ma calmed himself down and showed a smile that he considered to be the kindest one. Don't talk nonsense. Red Boy frowned. I want to participate in this investigation. It's my classmate who died. I can't ignore it. This seems to be against the rules. Officer Ma picked up his handkerchief and wiped his forehead. Your director agreed. Red Boy said indifferently just now. Officer Ma subconsciously looked at the helpless policewoman outside the door. That this lady just came out of the director's office. The policewoman nodded. Besides, she also kicked the door. Old Lou is such a coward. Officer Ma cursed in his heart, but he quickly calmed down and thought for a while. Miss Red Boy, we haven't contacted you yet, and this matter hasn't been reported, but you are already here. Did Wang Baiwan inform you? What are you talking about? Red Boy frowned. The whole Huiyun High School knows about this. What? Indeed, the whole Huiyun High School knew that a student was brutally killed because a set of photos was uploaded to the school network shortly after Wang Baiwan and his son were notified to go to the Huiyun City police station. Everyone could see it. The whole Huiyun High School lost its usual liveliness because the photos were a complete picture of the deceased. There were photos of her before and after death, and there was even a high-definition photo of the deceased's hands and feet being stitched together. Currently, the entire Fire Cloud High School was discussing this matter, but it hadn't completely spread yet. Thus, while the high school teams were still in the middle of the foreign battlefields ranking competition, many students had hurriedly rushed to the teleportation gate to the foreign battlefield after learning of this matter. The discussion could only be carried out blindly in the foreign battlefield. To some extent, this can be said to be a work of art. A strange voice sounded in the office, which made several teachers who didn't have classes in the afternoon subconsciously look in the same direction. That was the seat of the new biology teacher. Teacher Xiaonan, what did you say just now? Nothing. I just tried to look at this matter from the perspective of the murderer. How should she put it? Although she was more of the witch who walked in the void, there was a small part of the real Nan Xiaonan's memory in her mental world. And the real Nan Xiaonan was engaged in forensic work. It was probably a remnant instinct. Not to mention, when she saw the photo of Wang Badan's corpse, she even had the impulse to cut it open with a knife. Thinking about it, her hands really itched. However, she was a newcomer. The next day, she had just beaten up the entire Class A. The teachers who were acquainted with her could only slightly avoid her. Nan Xiaonan shrugged and directly walked out of the office. When there were no classes in the afternoon, the teachers were similar to the old cadres. These teachers, who didn't have to go to the foreign battlefield, were almost in the mode of slacking off and waiting to get off work. The school doctor's office. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Then a hand holding a small box reached in first, followed by a head. Nan Xiaonan blinked and said with a smile, "Afternoon tea?" The small box contained some snacks that were packed by the school cafeteria and lemon tea. The few of them sipped on their lemon tea as they discussed the murder case. "Boss, do you know who the murderer is?" Nan Xiaonan asked with a lazy expression. "I don't know yet." Boss Luo blinked and lightly shook his head. Nan Xiaonan looked at Boss Luo in disbelief. She didn't believe it. Boss Luo smiled and said, "Lady Nan, you seem to be very interested in this matter." Nan Xiaonan shrugged and said, "It's a student from this school who got into trouble, so I'm just a little concerned. Besides, according to this morning's pace, the school probably won't arrange for me to teach the students of grade 2 Class A for a while. I'm free anyway." "So," Boss Luo said, "you're interested in investigating?" Nan Xiaonan nodded. Compared to beating up children, investigating a murder case was obviously more stressful. Although beating up children was also stressful, it was too much to do this kind of thing once in a while. She decided once a week. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "Lady Nan, your private time belongs to you." Nan Xiaonan almost believed it. "My F*King whole body, inside and outside. Which part of it isn't yours? What kind of private time can I have? Ah." "Thank you, boss." Nan Xiaonan was overjoyed and quickly showed a big smile. Thank you, Miss Yu Yi. Miss Maid. That's about it. The special investigation team was formed in almost half an hour. It used the temporary headquarters and the largest conference room in the Huayun High Police Station. All the resources were prioritized for this investigation. Red Boy sat directly at the head of the crowd, crossing her arms and saying, "What else do you want to ask?" Officer Ma looked at his colleagues around. His throat was a little dry. Among the people sitting here, except for him, the one with the lowest position was one level higher than him. Miss Red Boy, according to what you said, you didn't contact the victim after parting with him in the Elysium world last night. Officer Ma thought for a while and said, "May I ask, you went there together. Why did you leave first?" Red Boy frowned and was about to speak. She felt that this question was not a problem and could be explained, so she was about to explain. Unexpectedly, the conference table was slammed heavily. "Old Ma, what kind of question is this? With my more than 30 years of experience, are you suspecting Miss Red Boy?" "That's right." Another person, who had 2 more bars on his shoulder than Officer Ma, snorted. "Old Ma, I know you are anxious to solve the case, but you are too anxious to solve the case. Even I, the father of criminal investigation, can't stand it. With my more than 40 years of experience as the father of criminal investigation, Miss Red Boy has no problem." "Well said." "With my more than 50 years of experience and the vision of the winner of the Luo Cha Flower Medal in Huayun City, this colleague with only 40 years of experience is right. F***K. This year's leaders are the most difficult to manage." Officer Ma shrugged. "I have no more questions. Start the investigation." "I will go and investigate. You continue the meeting. If there are any new clues, I will send them back for you to study. Go." The bureau chief nodded and said seriously, "Pay attention to the impact. Try not to panic the citizens." Everyone smiled and watched Officer Ma leave. The bureau chief looked at Red Boy. "Miss Red Boy, I think you are thirsty. I have asked someone to prepare some." Where are they?" "Outside the police station." His subordinates had already prepared the car. Officer Ma opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat with a gloomy face. "Let's go." "Sir, where are we now?" The subordinate asked subconsciously. "To the Elysium world." It was not Officer Ma's voice, but a girl's voice. Officer Ma turned around as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at the back seat, the Princess of Huayun City in name and in reality. End of chapter.